Good morning, everybody. We'll call the meeting to order. Council is conducting this meeting in person and via conference call in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, Section 199. Council chambers is open for public attendance. However, councillors and members of the public may still join meetings remotely using our current teleconference process. If you've submitted a comment request, the chair will call on you at the appropriate time. The chair may also ask for comments and concerns from the public relating to a particular topic, and at this time, phone lines will be unmuted. If you would like to speak, please state your name. Individuals will be allotted 5 minutes to speak or 10 minutes for a group as per our procedure by law. If the meeting is recessed, callers will be put on hold until the meeting reconvenes, with the exception at noon where callers will be asked to call back in. This helps with call quality. Please note this meeting is being recorded and may be uploaded to our website and/or social media. To eliminate background noise, please mute your phone during the meeting. We ask all attendees to please mute their devices to reduce disruptions to the meeting. Everyone has a right to be present at council meetings and council committee meetings. Any attendees that are considered disruptive to the progression of this meeting may be removed at the discretion of the chair as per the Municipal Government Act, Section 198. We thank you for your cooperation and understanding. We have an agenda before us. Does anybody have any additions or changes? Councillor Lawerson.
I'd like to add letter of support for the hospice. Enough time should have passed for administration to gather the information requested.
Just a question to administration. I didn't see the RFD in our council package, recognizing you have finite capacity and have just completed our budgets and a ton of work on our tax bylaws. Is that finished?
Through the chair, no, it's not. We can certainly add it for discussion today, but administration hasn't prepared the RFD. This week has just been kind of like, or the last 2 weeks have been busy with the budget, audit, and tax rate bylaw.
Councillor Lawerson, would you be prepared to withdraw your motion until the report from administration is complete?
I have a draft letter of support I can share if that helps.
I think council had some questions that they wanted to have answered and have
Okay, whatever. I'll take it back.
Councillor Lawerson, if you could please refrain from making comments unless you're recognized by the chair. Councillor Kester.
I'd like to make a request. 4.3 weekly budget management body funding request on the agenda. Could we move that after 1 o'clock after making this presentation, please? And I'm going to echo Councillor Lawerson's request that we have a discussion on the Wheatland Hospice, because we can discuss it then, my reasons why.
Given that comment, I don't support the discussion personally until we have the report from our administration. I think it might be prudent, just because there may not be consensus about that addition to the agenda, to do a vote on that amendment prior to contemplating the entire agenda. Councillor Lawerson has moved to amend the agenda to include the request from Wheatland and Area Hospice Society for a letter of support. Oh, Councillor Lawerson, did you withdraw the request?
No.
Councillor Kester, are you suggesting an amendment to the agenda to include it?
I'll make 2 motions. One motion that we move the agenda item. It says 3 in my agenda package. It's after the RMA member visit. I would like that for after lunch.
Okay, so let's vote on that first. That would be agenda item 4.13, move to after lunch. Any questions or discussion on the motion?
Just to provide clarity, I believe that Councillor Kester, through the chair, I believe Councillor Kester asked for it to be after MLA Cooper's appointment, so it would have to just be after MLA Cooper's appointment.
Yeah, and that's at 1 o'clock, I believe.
So that's your motion, so not after lunch, but following our 1 o'clock appointment.
After lunch, following.
Okay.
I don't want to be impolite to our MLA.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Kester. Any questions or discussion on the motion? If I may just ask for the rationale for the scheduling change?
I've had requests from the public. They would like to be here.
Okay.
So I said, I can't give you a time, but it's fairly far down on the agenda. I'm thinking it would be after lunch. So I just thought, why not make it after lunch?
Any other questions or discussion on the motion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. You had a second motion, Councillor Kester.
Yes, I would like to bring the Wheatland Area Hospice request letter up for discussion. Maybe this is going on since last February. I'll make the motion, then if there's discussion, I'll talk about it then. I would like it after the Wheatland Housing Management discussion.
Just going to call a 5-minute recess. I just want to review our procedure bylaw because we do have a motion already regarding the letter of request that council has supported to refer to administration to bring an RFD back. So I'm just going to check for alignment with our procedure bylaw. We'll have a recess. We'll reconvene at 9:12. So just through discussion with administration, trying to determine the best way to address Councillor Kester's motion. Because we have a standing motion where the matter was referred to administration to bring a report back, that is the existing motion and council's direction on this matter. If you're asking to bring that matter back, we would need to determine if you were on the prevailing side of the original motion, and administration would need just a few minutes to determine if that was a recorded vote or if we have a reference to how that vote how that voting took place. We do have a provision to rule a motion out of order if it, on an amending motion, if it nullifies or contradicts the intent of the original motion, but there's not super clear language in our procedure bylaw, at least that I have found, around a motion that might contradict a previous motion of council that's already been approved. So we may need to revisit that just in our procedure bylaw. If you can use your microphone, please, Councillor Kester.
I have additional information too. It wasn't just about that letter of support. It is part of, but I have additional information. I don't believe it was available back in February when this request first came.
So then if there's new information, I think it might be prudent to do a notice of motion, which we do have a procedure for, and then that can be provided to
Won't be enough
council for
time.
consideration.
I want it on the agenda, and I'll make the motion to include an update on the hospice then.
So just for clarity, are you withdrawing your motion to revisit the letter of support? The motion that we already have, that council's already considered? You just put a
I'll make a
second.
motion that we,
If you can first just speak to the first motion you made, are you?
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep that motion on for discussion, and I'll ask for a recorded vote.
So, sorry, I do see the motion on your specific motion that's on the table. Our procedure bylaw in section 176 is a motion to reconsider may only be moved at a subsequent meeting by way of notice of motion. And so that would ensure that council is aware that it's being brought back for discussion. Obviously, we have given administration direction to bring us a report so that we have all of the information that we need to consider. Now, I'm hearing you say that there's a timeliness factor, and I would like council to be able to address that. Would council give Councillor Kester latitude to explain the timeliness, because I certainly wouldn't want anybody to miss a deadline or something if there's something very, very timely. If you could explain that to council, that would be helpful.
That would be part of the discussion. You want me to do it now?
If you can just explain the timing factor, just so that we can determine the best way to approach the motion.
The Wheatland Hospice Management Body, Wheatland Hospice Society, are going to start 6 community presentations in the county, starting April 9th, Rocky Ford, April 10th, Huzzar, April 12th, Strathmore, April 15th, Galician, April 16th, Standard, April 17th, Cheadle, April 22nd, Carsland, April 24th, La Alta. This is public information. All the municipalities, with the collusion of Wheatland County, has provided a letter of support. And last year, if you recall, we had the community presentations that were more based on Wheatland housing. And there was, I don't know what the appropriate word would be, hurt feelings that the county wasn't notified until after. We presented to Wheatland County first this year, and we don't have an answer. So when the meeting comes up in these communities and it'll be asked, you have a chance now to make yes or no. That's what I'm saying today. You want to provide a letter of support or not. If you wait and you want to discuss this after the Wheatland housing request, probably the most knowledgeable person in the province from the Hospice Society will be in attendance, and you can get your extra information. It's a letter of support to ask the province for funding, the same as they do for other hospice in the province. We're not asking for anything extraordinary. We just want to be the same. That was part of the last presentation. So if you don't want to talk about it, it'll be on the record that I tried, and it'll be a recorded vote.
So I think it's, wow, sorry about that. I think it's disingenuous for it to be proposed that if council were to not make a decision today, which is prior to having our report from our administration, that would be presented in these 6 community meetings throughout Wheatland County and this region, and that our council's position might be represented. I don't recall any hurt feelings about being notified anything about the previous meetings. What I do recall is significant concern about yourself, who had no authority to represent council's position on a matter, that you had unilaterally directed one of our housing board members to withdraw for consideration from this council chambers. And that caused extreme anger. I heard it on a recording that this council does not support, or some people on this council did not support the proposal. There are certainly folks who have indicated that they have been misled and that they were deliberately deceived by information that was provided by either housing board or hospice members. Other housing board and hospice members sat by and condoned that misrepresentation of this council's position. It is prudent for our council to have comprehensive information. I appreciate the comment about having a provincial subject matter expert at the meetings, and I think that adds to the validity of council perhaps considering this request following those meetings. I think there would be a way for the hospice board and the housing board to, in good faith, present during their meetings that Wheatland County Council is doing their level best to consider all information that's relevant to the request that's before them. We have had it indicated that there is also a substantial operating funding request, which has been iterative. I recall when Hospice Society was first brought to this council, I would have to confirm dates, but I would guess around 2018, maybe right around 2018, I would guess. The model that was proposed at that time was a 3-bed private hospice run by the Hospice Society. And there was discussion, I believe there's a council recording of it, where it was explained that their hospices typically are funded substantially through donations. People are incredibly grateful for the care that is provided through hospice. I know this personally, and I know it from speaking to many of our ratepayers. And that typically generates a lot of fundraising and donations that after the large capital investment has been made, often we were told supports substantively the operations. And we were asked to consider backstopping the operations of the hospice at that time. I believe I would have to look back. I believe I have notes on it, but I believe council supported that request at the time. Now there has been some changes to the model of the hospice into a 6-bed hospice. I hear what you're saying about the request to request the funding from Alberta Health or Alberta Health Services. I have had ratepayers express concerns about that and some of the consequences of having AHS funding versus having it be private funded. One recent concern that was strongly presented to me was around MAID and the requirements to provide that. And I know there was some high level discussion around that. I have to say I am very frustrated if there is any implication that our council's position would be potentially misrepresented in community meetings. That led to extreme anger, vitriol and divisiveness in our community like I've never seen before and could not even have fathomed at the time in terms of how we were misrepresented. The Hospice Society had an opportunity to schedule these meetings if they wanted to have all of the letters of support following the receipt of letters of support. I thought was critical to presenting to the community. But I don't think it's fair to put our council in a position where we are being asked to make a decision without all of the information that we have requested. I don't think that's fair. So just contemplating the motion that is on the floor, I guess out of complete fairness, because of the timeliness factor that's been presented, perhaps it's most prudent that we vote. There has been a request for a recorded vote. Councillor Kester.
In answer to some of your comments, yes, back in 2017, there was a presentation. Things change. Pilgrim's Hospice up at Edmonton, second year in, is not funded by AHS. There is no AHS anymore. It's Alberta Health that is funding it. They are funding the full thing. We're making a request. We're looking for a letter of support. That is the gist of the letter that was in the package. Okay. Nothing since February 20th has been asked of the Hospice Society for any more information. So I'm just relaying to council that these public presentations start on the 9th. And when the committee is asked if everyone's got a letter sent in, the answer will have to be whatever it is. That doesn't mean you're disrespectful. Doesn't mean you're conveying opinions of council. You're stating the facts. And every council member has a right to convey motions that are made in council, especially if he made them or she. So go ahead, vote. That's will be the consequences. You were giving opportunity on February. It is now April.
So just for extreme clarification, because there have been challenges with that before, absolutely any councillor has the authority to convey the position of council. And in fact, our code of conduct compels us to support decisions of council, which I also have concerns about the actions of some members of our council. However, that is not what happened. Our council did not have a position in March of 2023, because when the request came, There was, if I recall correctly, some new information that one of the Housing Board representatives was processing and trying to present to council that they had received that morning. And they had requested that we defer the request until later in the meeting, if I recall correctly. If I recall correctly, you sat down with that Housing Board member at noon, despite the fact that the Housing Board had made the request for us to consider a letter of support at that time, and you unilaterally directed that board member to withdraw the request. This is what was communicated by the member during our council meeting. And then you proceeded to attend those 7 community meetings across our county, indicating to people that there were members on our council who did not support the request, which is not an accurate representation of council's position. In fact, council had no position at that time, and that contributed to extreme anger because it was not a fair presentation of our council's position. And it has resulted in extreme issues. Councillor Kester.
Your memory is different than mine. I'm not talking about what happened before. I'm talking about now. I want to avoid what happened in the past. You have an opportunity to view it today. It all started with a lack of that support letter. We've been advised. I don't want to go through what we went through last year. And there is no way that I say, I'm not even going to go into it because that's not part of my discussion. My discussion is now and the future. I've informed council of the meeting schedule, and I'm just guessing what the first question will be. I'm not going to bring it up, but if it's brought up, I will have to answer it. And it'll either be a yes or a no. It's as simple as that for me. I'm ready for the question.
Councillor
So
Picker.
I'm definitely not against the hospice, but I do want to know, I do have questions, and I do, there's only one taxpayer. So for me I'd like to know through what my ratepayers know, but I feel like there isn't enough, hasn't been enough community engagement on, so some people know that there's another hospice, some don't. So if our provincial taxes are paying for that hospice, is there a need enough to have more tax money going to the province to pay? These are questions I don't have, or I don't have the answers for, and I don't know what their feelings are. If that, I don't know what the assessment is for hospice. I know that the hospices work very hard. I do not, I feel kind of caught in the middle and almost I don't have enough information to say yes, or I don't have enough to say no. I haven't had, the people aren't even saying, they have questions too. These engagements are great. And what is the questions that we asked, and I believe one of the questions, so what does it mean to the county for a letter of support? What is it? Is it just a piece of letter that, or is it going to cost money in the end?
Councillor Laprise.
I agree with Councillor Baker. I certainly support the hospice, but I also would rather make a decision with all information report from administration. If everybody's questions are answered, you might have a better result. I think you always get a better result if everybody's fully understanding all of the implications, I guess, of it.
Councillor Kester.
We're asking for a letter of support. We're not asking for money. If we were asking for money, we would make a motion. We'd need some money. It's a letter of support. We can go up to the province and talk to the Minister of Health and say, we have support of the municipalities. We've been here for 8 years. We've raised enough money to build the hospice. We want to be treated the same as Pilgrim Hospice in Edmonton and any other hospices that are in the province. Private, not private, community-owned hospice, a letter of support. That's all it is. We're not asking for anything else but a letter of support. And as far as the 3 beds over the 6 beds, yeah, it's easy to say we're going to start 3 and go to 6. But once you start getting into the budget, the last 3 beds are by far and away the cheapest beds when you look at the numbers. So the numbers right now are being worked on. We have a committee doing that. We're not asking for that. We're not presenting a budget. The ratepayers of the County of Wheatland have spoken. They've donated $4.5 million for this project. Do you think they're waiting for just a letter of support? Yes, we support the work of the hospice, and it would be a great addition to the community. And let the Minister of Health decide. That's all it is.
But the Minister of Health has our money. It's still only one taxpayer. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay,
I'd like
so-
to see the assessment. I'd like to know what's going on, like, all the way through. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Clausen, and then Councillor Custer.
So I'm trying to, we're still at the agenda approval here, and we're kind of going into discussion. I want to point that out, which is probably not a good idea. And also we have some questions on the rules of the meetings, which it's something that we set out, and there's a reason for that, so we don't go into the weeds like this. So I will just state that the letter of support that came to us as a request had an ask for operational funding in the future. Consideration of, that was very clearly in that last council. I don't have it in front of me, but we could probably get it. So that is different than what you're saying today. And myself, I have no problems with the hospice. What I do have a problem with is an ask for operational support when, number one, we do not assign anybody to that board from this council. And number two, it's not in our wheelhouse, so to speak. It's a provincial thing. So there was another point I was going to bring up. I'll defer. It's going to come back to me. Sorry.
Councillor Custer.
I don't see any money in this letter.
No.
I'll read it a little better here.
I believe it was in the presentation from the,
So the reason why, there was a palliative care room in the hospital. It's gone. They closed it down and put 2 beds in there. They're strapped for room at the hospital. Alberta Health has said the health budget is under strain. The biggest user of the is people in critical condition but are stable. These people can be better served in SL3 and SL4 4D facilities at half the price. You can go to a hospice instead of a hospital for half the price. This is why the province wants you to die at home. So your home is wherever you're living is. So if it's the hospital, that's your home, but you can be, and they're building facilities. They're trying to build a new facility in Strathmore, SL3, SL4. That's the take up. So there's room for people
Councillor
to
Custer,
leave the hospital.
for this discussion, let's try and limit our focus on the addition of the emergent nature of the addition of the discussion around the housing.
I didn't
board's
bring
letter of
up the
support.
topic of money. You were worried with only one taxpayer. The Alberta government's trying to save money for the taxpayer, and that's how they do it. That's what they're trying to do, change the model. I'm not a provincial cabinet minister. Again, I'm going back, it's a letter of support. We pretty well discussed it.
Councillor Eichert.
We have a motion for bringing back, from administration, bringing back more information. I was 100% in agreement with that. I do not have enough. I have too many questions to be even addressed. So I would wait. I will not be voting for, I will be waiting. We have a motion. administration will be bringing back, and that's when that letter has to be addressed. The fact that there appears to be a pressure thing going on, like why the meetings have to be done when they're done. I don't know. I can't speak to that, but it does appear to be a pressure move, and
Oh, yeah, I've got it right in front of me.
I will,
If we can, point of order, if councillors can please wait to make comments until they've been recognized by the chair.
and I will deal with the pressure when it comes. But I have a reason for wanting to make a decision with having as much information as we can have before I make that decision. If I do it any other way, that is just being wrong.
Any other questions or discussion? Deputy Reeve Clausen and then Councillor Kester.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought before, but I'm just going to go back to, we've sat in this chair for a while and I've heard lots of requests for support for lots of things. And the one that we had presented to us had a different ask than what you're saying today. I'm looking for it now and here, we could get it, but I'm sorry, but not everybody has that.
Yes, they do. It's in the computer.
The problem is you're bringing up a point of discussion off the side of the desk that we don't have all the information in front of us, and we need to have that. And administration has that. They're going to come back with some information that we asked, and we can make a thing. If whatever group decides that they have an ask and they want to go out and have public information sessions, and it's a pressure move, or actually I would say it's a threat that I'm hearing here right now, that is, I don't understand that. Number one, hospice is not our wheelhouse. We do not have anybody on that board. It is attached to a project that is part of us, but we did not make that decision. That was a decision of the housing board. That's fine. But what was asked for at the time was different than what you're saying today. Had it been a simple support letter, I'm sure the discussion could have been different. I don't know. But what you're asking for right now is something different than what was originally there. So we had put a motion forward to have administration bring us back some information. We are now sitting in an agenda to approve it, and we're discussing a whole bunch of stuff, which we have council procedures that say we shouldn't even be doing this because we have a motion going that, and procedure already set in place. I can't stop or change what a group is going to do, but I can point out the rules that we follow as a council, and there's reasons for that, probably for this very reason. So you do not get intimidated. Council always has time to review information and make the best decision. I think that's our job, it's our duty, and I will continue to do that. I went to those previous meetings, I went to 3 of them, and I was basically cornered into saying, how are you going to vote? And I said, I do not vote in a public place there. I vote at council. That's my role. I will take the information here and I'll bring it to council. So I'm really feeling threatened by this, and I think that's absolutely wrong. And somebody's texting while we're talking.
Councillor Laverson, if you can
I can hear the texting going.
please limit use of technology to following along with the agenda.
It's related to the agenda.
Well, not all of council is aware of what you're doing, and that's not how it's supposed to work, sir.
So
Too bad. Point of order. This is ridiculous. You have a code of conduct that you follow. You signed it and you agreed to it.
It's related to the agenda.
do you want to elaborate, Councillor Laverson, how texting is related to the agenda?
It's related to the agenda.
I believe the provision is to follow along with the agenda. I'm going to call a recess for 5 minutes. I just have something I would like to discuss with council. We'll call a recess. We'll reconvene at 9:45. We'll call the meeting back to order. I do want to make council aware, the reason I was, Deputy Reeve Clausen is absolutely right. We do have procedure that does outline operations for council, and our procedure bylaw is there for a reason. The reason I thought it was prudent that we have some discussion around this particular request was because I would hate to see the Hospice Society miss an opportunity to apply for a grant or something of that nature if there was a timeline that was if the timeline was prior to our next council meeting and we didn't have the ability to do a notice of motion and address it in a timely manner. And then perhaps we could even direct administration to, do their level best to get that information by the end of day or something like that. From what I understand from the discussion, this is not a situation where there's necessarily a grant at stake or something like that. There is the community meetings, which I agree are excellent. They are an excellent opportunity for both the Housing Board. I noticed that it's in partnership with the Housing Board and the Hospice Association to take a collaborative approach and not just to answer a question as yes or no, but to say council is considering this. They've also had a presentation from Shasta Care, who has AHS funding to bring 6 hospice beds to Wheatland County and region in the town of Strathmore. And that given that, and for me, that was part of the requirement for new information, is there is some questions that arose when that information came to council. There have been other questions that have been raised regarding what are the implications of a letter of support. Within the presentation that was done in our public presentation committee, there certainly was a future request for operating funding from Wheatland County taxpayers. It is critical that we understand how that letter of support ties to any commitment to potential future funding, and that was one of the questions from council. And there are other questions and considerations that council requested administration to look into. It may be prudent for us to reach out to obviously yourself as chair of the Housing Board and being a member of the Hospice Society. Perhaps there's an opportunity for council to have a discussion, or perhaps we send a letter outlining the rationale for not having considered. It's not that we have said no. We have not at this point had the opportunity to consider the request for the letter of support due to finite capacity of our administration, and that's just a reality. We have a finite number of administration that do incredibly good work, and they've been incredibly busy. On our agenda today, obviously we have, our budget presentation, our auditor, and we're considering our tax bylaw, which is one of our most important bylaws that we consider every year. So I would ask for grace for our administration and the fact that they haven't been able to bring that report forward yet, and that we will patiently await that information that we will get from our administration. I will call the question because we did let it stand and we did debate it, and I will call the question.
Order.
Yes, Councillor
Before
Custer.
you broke for break, you said I had a chance to speak.
Certainly, absolutely. I don't mean to limit that in any way. Absolutely.
Okay. I'm bringing this forward out of respect for council and staff. This afternoon, there's a possibility the one that knows the most about the hospice will be here, and you'll be able to ask questions directly. I did not bring up all the other discussion. This is the letter that was in your package, and there's nothing in here about money. It's in your package. Not this package, but it was in a prior one. That's where I got it from. That's where I copied it from. You want to, we've spent more time talking about this than it would be to ask a couple questions of the person that knows the most of. This is a person, there's a meeting imminent with the Minister of Health. There's these presentations. When the Minister of Health finds time and they want a meeting, they'll go. We only meet once a month to talk about this stuff. You have an opportunity today to get the information you want or help staff get it. And if staff needs time before the meeting, I can arrange that too. This is a letter of support. It's nothing else. You didn't need to bring up the past and everything else that drug up. I'm trying to avoid that and get better. Simple as that. Have your vote. Want a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Eichert.
Yeah, I've got the letter in front of me, the Wheatland Area Hospice Society, dated February 16th, paragraph 4th, second line. We are looking for partners who can help with operational funding. That alone is, could be interpreted being municipal, federal, provincial. Partners that can help with operational funding. So there was definitely an ask in that letter, just clarifying.
Yeah, and I think what I'm hearing, so just so that we have clarity, I think there is a new iteration of the letter of support. What I'm basing some of, and why I supported the question around the implications of a letter of support is there is a precedent. I believe it was in the Drayton Valley, Brazeau County ICF, where Brazeau County had provided a letter of support for a daycare. And that when that went to arbitration, the letter of support was construed as implying financial support for the endeavor. And I think that caused great consternation in the community due to the fact that daycare is not typically in municipal jurisdiction to provide funding for and that type of thing. So there can be ramifications to letters of support. That's one example I can think of. There may be others, but it's our process to receive our information through our administration who prepare reports for us. I'm confident that they will reach out to the Hospice Society for information that they require from the Hospice Society and any other sources they need. Councillor Kester.
Our main funding partner we're asking for is Alberta Health, not AHS. They're not there. Alberta Health is the main funding partner. If that doesn't pan out, there'll be another presentation, I'm sure, and another ask. That is the main thing.
Yeah, it was on page 61 of our public presentation committee meeting was where the $800,000 of operating funding was referenced as the next concern. And I believe it had been communicated by the president that we may, if failing funding from Alberta Health, there may be a request where there would be an expectation that the municipalities would fund that operating funding. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
So we have a motion in front of us. Can I ask a clarifying question of the mover? Do you have a new letter of support that we are not aware of to add to that? Or are we going, or is your intention to craft one as we go? Because it's sounding to me like there may be a new letter of support out here that has very little.
I believe Councillor Kester said the letter of support that he was referencing was pulled from our previous council package.
I'll just ask and clarifying. I just wanted to make sure, that's all.
My turn.
Please.
Letter of support comes from the organization that makes it. This is a draft letter of support. Wheatland County wants to draft a different letter of support. That's within their preview. Doesn't say here you have to sign this. This is just an example. And it's exactly what you said. If we don't get money from Alberta Health, we'll have to ask some other places, and that's another meeting. This one is to go up to Alberta Health. They know about us. We've been up there a lot. It's a letter of support. Don't read in between the lines. Don't try and read in between the lines.
And that's your opinion, but we do have a responsibility on behalf of our taxpayers just to have fulsome information. So I don't feel like we're bringing anything new to the conversation. Does anybody have any comments that have not, or discussion that has not been made to this point? I'll call the question.
Nope, there's a minute, dude.
So is it says as adopting of agenda. So
The motion is just
so
above.
it's just,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, I'm just looking on eScribe what it's saying to vote to.
So for clarification, I believe we're voting on motion 2
Okay.
to bring a Wheatland and area hospice discussion to follow agenda item 4.13. Is that all of council's, just for clarity, that's what we're voting on? Was everybody clear on that if you've already entered your vote?
And I believe he asked for a recorded vote as well.
Yes, so the motion is lost. Councillors Kester and Lawerson voted in favor. Link, Eichert, Clausen, Bigger, and Laprise were opposed. Back to the approval of the agenda, we do have, administration has circulated some additions that we would propose to include under correspondence 5.1. There's 2 letters that have been circulated. They were circulated by email previously, and you also have the redacted versions at the table there. There also was some correspondence that I have received just over the last couple of days that is relevant to conversations further on in the agenda. I have submitted it to administration to go through redaction, and then it will be circulated to all of council. I would also request that council consider in addition to the agenda under 2.31 to ratify the WHMB meeting from March 14th. As well, I would propose an amendment to add an agenda item under 2.32, a follow-up on resolution 2023-12-12. That was the letter to Minister Nixon. Administration had suggested deferring that on our agenda because of Minister Nixon's son being in life-threatening condition after a motor vehicle collision. Minister Nixon has indicated he's home and on the long road to recovery. So I thought it was prudent to bring that back, to bring that forward for follow-up. It was supposed to be, the motion was made in December. Any other additions or changes to the agenda? A motion to...
Just administration had one
yes, sorry.
request, and it was to move the tax rate bylaw readings from 2.1 to after 5.1. And that's just to allow administration time to craft that after the budgets are hopefully adopted by council today.
So for clarity, we would move that to the final agenda item.
Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. I just want to know which. Motion is carried. We'll move to the minutes of the special council meeting of March 12th. Yeah, thank you.
If there are no errors, I will move the minutes of the special council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Eichert. One minor amendment, page 6, just needs to be amended. It's textual. It does not change the content to division 7. Any other errors or omissions? Call the question. Motion is carried. We'll move to agenda item 1.32, special council meeting minutes from March 15th. Any errors or omissions?
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes of special council meeting March 15th, 2024.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Clausen. Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. We'll move to agenda item 1.33, Committee of the Whole for March 28th.
I'll move them as presented.
Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. We do have a 10 a.m. appointment with representative from MNP LLP regarding our audit. We'll move back to that. That'll be administration. Got just delayed.
Morning, Council. Joel from administration.
Good morning.
Giving our auditor a minute to get his stuff together, and I'll find our reports here. So we have Cam from MNP here to talk through the 2023 audited financial statements.
And we can take a couple minute break if it's easier to give you a moment just to get set up, if that's okay.
Okay.
Let's reconvene at 10:05. Good morning, everybody. We'll call the meeting back to order, and I will turn it over to our administration and our auditor.
Thank you, Reeve. Just trying to get this on that screen there. Nope. Is that? I can let you try. There we go.
There you go.
Thanks. Okay, so good morning, Council and everyone. Appreciate everybody for having me out today. My name is Cameron Larocque, not Sean Pillion, as you'll see. You might remember me from last year. I'm the senior manager on the Wheatland County audit. I've been on this audit since, I'm going to say 2019, 2018. Brian might be able to correct me on the years there. But it's been about 4 or 5 years, so very familiar with this audit, and here today to present to Council our audit findings, as well as go through a high-level overview of the financial statements and what it means for the Council. So our audit findings is a presentation to Council just to discuss the results of our audit. And I'm just going to scroll down a little bit here. So the results of our engagement is we have completed the audit of the financial statements of the county for the fiscal year 2023, and we are prepared to sign off on our auditor's report following the following 2 procedures, which is we receive a signed letter of management representation. Management gives us this representation letter just stating that they oversaw the financials for the year, they're confident in the information they provided us, and then as well as Council's review and approval of the financial statements today. So once those 2 pieces are done, we expect to have everything completed today, and we'll release our report on April 2nd, 2024. The report will be what's called an unmodified opinion or a clean audit opinion. So in terms of the audit world, an unmodified or clean opinion is the best opinion you can get. It means that nothing came to our attention that would suggest that the financial statements are materially misstated or misleading in any way. So when we discuss an audit, we generally like to break it down into significant areas and discuss the significant areas of each audit. You may remember from a few months ago, there was a audit service plan distributed to Council a few months ago as for information purposes, which just essentially outlined our audit procedures, what we plan to look at, our significant risks. There were no deviations from that audit service plan, which essentially means that nothing came to our attention during the audit that required us to change our approach, which is good. You want to see that. In terms of difficulties encountered, there was no significant limitations put on us or our scope or our timing. It was great working with Brian and his team, always is. In terms of any identified or suspected fraud, so an audit does not go looking for fraud specifically. That is a different type of audit. These types of audits are aware and conscientious of fraud whenever we do our testing or whenever we look through the documents that we look through. And so while our audit cannot be relied on to detect all instances of fraud, no incidents of fraud or suspected fraud came to our attention during the course of our audit. As well, nothing came to our attention that would suggest any non-compliance with laws and regulations that the county would have to adhere to. And then no significant matters arose in the course of our audit when it comes to connection with related parties. Okay. This one's split on 2 pages here, so I'll try to condense it. During our audit process, we focus on understanding the controls and processes that your finance team uses. This could be for collecting bill payments. This could be for issuing tax notices. This could be for any procedure that has to go through the finance team. So estimates, anything like that. We, while we don't test them to say and have a controls test, we have to, as auditors, have to understand them, be able to walk through them and look for any significant deficiencies to bring that back and report to council. So as you can see here, we did that. And this is what was required of us under the accepted auditing standards. And we can say that we did not notice or see during our processes any significant deficiencies in internal controls that have come to our attention. So once again, that's a testament to the finance team here. They have strong controls in place for the financials, information that gets put through the system, and means that there's no really any deficiency that we need to report to council. And then lastly, I'll just talk on the two other significant audit areas that we usually go through, which is any significant differences we identify. So typically, in a typical audit, sometimes you'll see some adjustments proposed by the auditor, saying that the auditor noticed that something needed to be adjusted within the financial statements to bring it to a correct number to avoid a material misstatement. This year, there was no significant adjustments, which is actually the same as last year, which is once again a great testament to your finance team. It means that we did not see anything that required a significant adjustment within your financial statements. And then lastly, I'll talk on materiality. So materiality is a concept that we use to assess the significance of misstatements during the course of our audit, and it's used to determine the level of audit testing that is carried out. So materiality that we have for this year, it was approximately 5% of your gross operating revenue of the 36.5 million or 1.8 million. Now, 1.8 million might seem like a big number, but what we use as materiality is kind of our base of scope for what would change council's decision if something was wrong in the financial statements by that amount. And then for any significant risk areas, such as your revenue or your deferred revenue or cash, we're going to scope that down because those carry a higher risk factor. So while we start at 1.8 million, we don't actually end up there for all the significant pieces of the financial statements. Any questions on that area before I move to the next one?
I just have a question.
Yes.
So this came up when we were reviewing the audit service plan.
Yes.
And I'm just going to flip over to my. So in that plan, it talks about exactly what you were just talking about, the control reliance level.
Yes.
And you give it a, I don't know, you look at it from a plan of low or no controls.
Yes.
And I had asked our administration about that. They thought I should bring it up to you just to ask.
For sure.
Because it says where we cannot rely on controls because they are weak or absent.
Yeah, the wording in there can sometimes get funny. So essentially, there's two ways you can approach an audit. One is substantive, whereas we actually look at invoices, we actually look at support for any transaction. And another one is controls. So there's a controls and substantive approach. Depending on the size of the entity that we audit, it sometimes is more efficient to actually do a substantive approach rather than a test of controls approach. So this has to do with audit fees. This has to do with what makes sense for the size of the organization. Generally, you're not going to see a control audit except for large public companies, just because there's so much data that an auditor would have to look at if they wanted to go look at every single piece of evidence, like not every single piece of evidence, but audit evidence that we look at. So when we say we place a low reliance on controls, that means that we're not going to do any formal control testing. But like I just described, we're required by auditing standards to review the controls, walk through them. So we have a concept that's called cradle to grave. So essentially from inception of a transaction right until it gets into the financial statements, be it somebody making a payment, how does that follow its way through all the way to the reporting of somebody's payment as revenue. So we do go through that, but yes, I can understand why you might get tripped on that wording, but that's essentially what that means.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Any other questions from council before I move to the next section? So the next section will be brief, and then we'll move to the financial statements. Essentially just significant accounting policies, our independence and management representation. So the accounting policies used by the county are appropriate, have been consistently applied. All the disclosures in the notes to the financial statements appear clear, neutral, and consistent with our understanding of the county, as well as what's required by Alberta and public sector accounting standards. And then lastly, I've already mentioned this, management will sign the management representation letter, which represent a confirmation of certain representations they made to us. And then we confirm to council that we are independent. I'm just going to briefly talk on this. If council is interested and needs to fall asleep fast at night, you could read our Appendix A, which is the MMP audit process. It's riveting reading if you want to read on that. But the more significant section that you might want to pay attention to, this would also have been in our audit service plan. It's just those significant risk areas that I spoke about where we're going to scope down our materiality. We're going to look closer because they are more significant to the county. And then just what we did and then our results. So for all the results, you'll see that there's no material issues noted, which is great news. Okay, now I got to scroll back up to the financial statements. Bear with me for a second. A little tougher when you're down a finger. Okay. So before I start on the financial statements, I'll close the loop on the audit findings report. Any last questions? No? Okay. So, council, this is the Wheatland County Consolidated Financial Statements for December 31st, 2023. The first page outlines management responsibility, which is management stating that management is responsible for preparation and presentation of the consolidated financial statements, including responsibility for any judgments, estimates in accordance with the accounting standards. So it just goes through that. And this will be signed off by management to say that they agree. We then move down to our audit report. So the audit report's broken down into a few sections. So I'll just kind of do a quick overview. So the first piece is our opinion, which we've already talked about. It's an unmodified or clean opinion, which is the best opinion that you can get for an audit. It means that nothing came to our attention that would lead us to believe that there was anything materially misstated or misrepresented within the financial statements. Then we go through our basis of opinion, which just says that our opinion is based on Canada generally accepted auditing standards, as well as in accordance with your financial framework, which is public sector accounting. Lastly, it just talks about the responsibilities of management and those charged with governance, being council, what the responsibilities are there with results with it relates to the financial statements, as well as then auditors' responsibilities. So as auditors, we're supposed to come in, identify and assess the risk of material misstatement, obtain an understanding of the internal controls, evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies, conclude on all of management's assessment, and then finally provide an opinion to you, council, on the financial statements. The last two pieces here are just regulatory requirements that we must disclose in the financial statements. So you'll see them in note 18 and note 23, which is the debt limit regulation, as well as any supplementary information that is required. The reason this is in this audit report here is because this is specific to municipalities. You would not see these types of disclosures in other sets of financial statements. Okay, so we'll briefly go over the statement of financial position, otherwise known as your balance sheet. First thing I always like to do when looking at a balance sheet is looking at the secondary large total, which is your net financial assets. And essentially your net financial assets represents how liquid is the county. So if we were to close up shop today, pay off all our debts, cash out all our cash, what will we be left with in terms of liquid assets? And as you can see, it's 54.4 million, which is a strong position to be in. It is slightly down from the previous year, and we'll get into why in a second here, but it is a strong position. I would like to hammer that home. When we see the decrease this year, if we look down to our non-financial assets, you'll see that your tangible capital assets decreased only slightly. And that is pretty much explained by the decrease in the net financial assets. Every year, your tangible capital assets, be it your roads, buildings, vehicles, depreciate over time. But as you reinvest in those assets, you're still increasing that net book value. So when you see a slight drop in your tangible capital assets, that means that your additions to capital, your investments in capital were much higher to essentially reduce the amount of depreciation year over year. And we'll get into that in a little bit further, but that's kind of the high level view. So when taking a look at individual items, I'll just touch on a few. We can see that your cash and cash equivalents is lower as discussed. There was some heavy capital investment this year. Your portfolio investments, which are various investments that you have in some financial instruments, are similar to last year. And then the biggest decrease you're going to see here is your trade and other receivables, and essentially that's timing of payments and outstanding receivables. So it's good to see those goes down. It means that we're collecting our cash in a time and efficient manner. When looking at our liabilities, we can see that our liabilities have increased slightly when it comes to trade accounts payable. That is strictly just a timing of invoices. Sometimes you might get an invoice on December 30th, it'll show up there. But if you got it on January 2nd, it's not going to show there. So just a reminder, on a balance sheet like this, it is just a snapshot in time for December 31st. It's going to look different on January 1st. It's going to look different on December 30th. And then the last big one I will discuss here is this asset retirement obligation line right here. So I believe this has been discussed pretty in depth prior to me being here, but this is a new accounting standard required for municipalities or any public sector entity this year. And essentially what it is it's recognizing that there's an obligation with certain assets that you have, that when the useful life of that asset is finished, there is some cleanup costs associated with that. So the two assets that are actually showing here is going to be asbestos in some of your buildings and some of the walls. So if those walls were ever going to be opened, we are going to have to clean up that asbestos and dispose of it properly. And then as well as there's some some assets that are on leased land where if the lease was to finish and not get extended, there is a requirement in that lease to tear down the asset there, make sure the land's all put back to how it was. So that is a new standard for this year. You'll see that a couple further down, there is still a liability for contaminated site. That is different than the asset retirement obligation. Liability for a contaminated site is when there is a contamination, we call it, in an asset versus an asset retirement obligation where we're essentially forecasting out our potential responsibility to clean that up. Any questions on the statement of financial position? I'll move on to the statement of operations next. Nope. Okay. Okay, so statement of operations next. So the statement of operations can be sometimes misleading. So I want to move to the cash flow after this, but we'll just go through the larger pieces here. So on an overall basis, you can see that your revenue is down from the previous year. And the biggest point of that is your line here called user fees and sales of goods. And this is directly related to, if you recall a few years ago, the Lakes of Muirfield development that council purchased. So when there's a sales of those lots, they end up in this user fees and sales of goods. Now, obviously, as time has gone on and more of those lots have been sold, we essentially had a large revenue amount the last couple of years, and now we're starting to see that go down. And that is a direct result to your user fees and sales of goods. So while it looks like your revenue has decreased from last year, essentially almost the whole decrease can be tied to that Lakes of Muirfield when we look at it at a high level. Everything else is relatively consistent in terms of property taxes. Those have just increased by the mill rates. Other revenues consistent, as well as license and permits is slightly down due to safety codes. And then development levies have increased a little bit due to some activity. But on an overall basis, if you're wondering why there is that $4 million drop, you can tie it almost solely to that Lakes of Muirfield revenue. In terms of the expenses, there is a note 17, which describes the function of the expenses. So salary and wages, contracts, et cetera. So that I'm going to go to that note to explain the expenses a little better, just because I think it gives a better view. But just to touch on some of them, the biggest change you're going to see is the police, fire, disaster, ambulance, and bylaw enforcement. And essentially the increase there is due to the police requisition increasing from the previous year. And then we'll get into the other expenses when we go to the expense by object, because I think it tells a better story. So overall, you can see that we have a deficiency over revenue expenses this year. It is higher from last year, but I would like to go over to the cash flow to kind of talk about that more, because that is not a cash deficiency. That is just an accounting deficiency. So if we look at actually in terms of it of cash flows, you can kind of see where that comes from. So right away, when we look at our change in non-cash items, we can see that we are essentially normalizing that amount by about 7 million. So that's for your amortization. That's for any changes in your working capital account. So changes in accounts receivable, changes in accounts payable. It's trying to capture those changes, and those changes are not necessarily reflected in a way that is intuitive on the statement of operations. So essentially our operations, we can see that we have start off with our deficiency of 10 million. We add back essentially 7.5. So what did we do with all of that? We essentially spent it on capital. We spent about $12.9 million on the acquisition of capital this year. I believe a large project for roads and broadband were the two biggest expenses. So when you look at your overall results, you can see that while it may look like there's an operational deficiency, it was essentially being spent on capital. So as a council and as a county, you want to invest in your infrastructure, you want to invest in your community. So I say that's a good thing to see. And then lastly, we just go through some other stuff. So some difference in financing activity and then purchase of portfolio investments. Any questions there? Hopefully I tried to paint the picture a little better of understanding there. Okay, so lastly, I will go to that expenses note that I was discussing. I'll highlight here while I'm scrolling just this asset retirement obligation because it is a new standard this year. So this will be a new note that you're going to see going forward, which just outlines the assets that have retirement obligations associated with them, as well as the liabilities and what that means for the council or the county. Apologies. Reserves. Okay, expenses. Here we go. Okay, so in terms of expenses, you can see here, this paints a better picture than just looking at from the divisions that are on the statement of operations. So in terms of the larger changes, you will see salary, wages, and benefits have gone up from last year. This is essentially some cost of sales or cost of living increases, as well as provincial cost benefit. It's around 4.5%, I believe, for most of the staff. Contract and general services, as we discussed with that user fees and sales good, Muirfield represents a large swing. Once again, Muirfield showing its head here represents a large swing. So the cost of those assets that you're now selling off ends up in this line. So essentially the larger decrease you see here in your contract and general services mainly is Muirfield, but it's also, there is some overall decreases in some contracts as well. Everything else is relatively consistent. I will just talk about the amortization. You can see that it's gone up by about just over $1 million this year, essentially as you invest more in your assets and as large assets are being added. Usually how depreciation works is the first couple years of those assets, just like a vehicle, has the largest depreciation. So as you invest more and more in your capital, that depreciation might be higher. And then as those assets depreciate over time, the depreciated expenses associated with those assets are going to be lower. And then, so that's essentially the expenses by objects, trying to hit the larger items there at a high level view. And then the last schedule I will bring you to just to kind of show you what we're talking about when it talks about the investment in capital. And this one's a hard one to read, so I'll just zoom in here. As we can see this year of the 14 million has been spent on acquisitions, 12 million of dollars that was in cash. And we can see the different areas of where that investment is being spent. So a lot of it is engineered structures, which is your roads, your broadband, whatever cannot be defined by land, buildings, etc. And then for the constructions in progress, this is also those large road projects and broadband projects in there. So in a nutshell, at a high level, quick review, that is the financial statements for the fiscal year, December 31st, 2023. If council has any questions or any specific questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer them. And yes, thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Any questions from council?
Just administration, just as one point. During the presentation, Cam mentioned about the lakes that the administration or the county purchased the lakes of Muirfield. One thing I just want to clarify is that yes, the county did purchase it. It was for $1. And that was developer driven. The developer was leaving the county, and ultimately the county had no choice except to purchase that for $1. So just wanted to make that crystal clear, is that it was not county initiated, and the county was kind of forced into a position to purchase that development for $1. Just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. An important clarification. And if anyone ever has questions about it, please encourage them to reach out for clarification. It was certainly a decision not made lightly, but made for the benefit of the community. Any other questions regarding the audit or the presentation? I am going to move us into a closed session. I have given the auditor and administration a heads up just so that they were anticipating this. It's a good practice for council to go into a closed session with the auditor. I have had an opportunity to be interviewed by the auditor about some of our controls and if I had any concerns on behalf of council. But I think it's important that all of council have the opportunity to have that conversation with the auditor. So I will move us into closed session and I'll call the question. Motion is carried. So council has moved out of closed session, and on page 78, we do have 4 recommended motions regarding the audited financial statements. Council's wishes.
Move that council accept the 2023 financial statement presentation by MNP LLP representative as information.
Thank you, Councillor Kester. Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried.
I'll move that council approve the audited financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2023.
Any questions or discussion?
Excuse me. I did want to bring up something that we had just talked about in closed session there. On page 104, we have our salary and benefits disclosure. And I had asked the question, I should have asked it in open session. So the second column is about benefits and allowance. And in the description of that, it doesn't really outline that this amount also includes remuneration for sitting on boards to do board work. So I had asked for that clarification because mine looks pretty high compared to everybody else's. And I was surprised by that. But if our note 2 could be adjusted to indicate that it also includes that, I think that would be useful because right as it states, it looks like it's just benefits. And so I just.
If I may, would you be comfortable with how it's presented for this year's statements? And
Yeah.
then would administration be able to bring a report back on this year's? And then they could bring a proposal for some amended language for next year, just in the spirit of getting them signed off. And
Yes, I would, absolutely. I just wanted to bring it to the attention and then have a change made for next year. Yep.
Perfect. Okay.
Thanks.
Any
Do I need a
other?
motion to do that? Do we need to make a motion to? But
Yeah, we have a motion,
finish
so
this
I
one
think it
first.
would be good to have a motion just directing administration to just bring back a report on what's all included in that line item, and then some draft language for next year's audited financial statements. Any other questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. We'll go to the third motion.
I'll move that council accept the 2023 audited findings report dated December 31st, 2023 as information.
Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. And finally,
The council authorized the Reeve, Deputy Reeve, and Chief Administration Officer to sign the approved December 31st, 2023 financial statements as presented.
thank you, Councillor Eckert. Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. On behalf of council, thank you for conducting our audit and for your thorough presentation to council. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Reeve Link, if I also may, I'd personally like to thank Joel, Albert, and all the finance team for their hard work. Having a municipal audit completed at the start of April is actually a great accomplishment. In 2014, the county did require like a ministerial extension for the audited financial statements, and that is because the in the MGA there's a requirement to have the audit complete by April 30th, and if it's not, you need a ministerial extension. So that can happen if there's vacancies and just general issues that do arise. So having them done this early on April 2nd is a great feat accomplished by Joel and his team. So just wanted to give them kudos for a job well done. Thank you.
And certainly on behalf of council, we would echo that for our finance administrative team. The auditor did once again point to the strength of our financial team, and council is very grateful for the work and the diligence that is done on our finance, on all of our financials. So thank you. We will move back to,
Can I
sorry.
make a motion?
Oh, yes, certainly. Sorry. Thank you. Yes.
I would like to make a motion to move to direct administration to provide a breakdown of the benefits and allowance section of the salary and benefits disclosure for in time for next year's financial audit.
Would you be okay if they brought one regarding this, just an amendment for consideration to bring a report back on this year's, just so that we have it for transparency for the current financial statements? It'll just be part of a council package and then draft language for how we would present it for next year. Absolutely. Are you open to that? Sorry, we're going to give Shanna a minute. So everybody see the motion that council direct administration to bring a report back for this year's benefits and salary section and some draft language for next year's. It would be for the audited financial statements. Any questions or discussion on the motion? Call the question. Motion is carried. Now we will move back to 2.21, budget presentation.
Morning again, Council. Joel from administration. Okay, so just a brief walkthrough for Council's benefit and the public, kind of a recap. So Council has approved the interim operating capital budget as of the end of December. That includes all the detailed capital plans and operating items. And so today we're here to propose the final operating and capital budgets, which includes some amendments for things such as carry forwards of say capital projects that were approved in 2023 but incomplete. And so that request is kind of to bring forward that envelope of funds just for consistency. And there's also a series of small amendments from the interim budget in terms of operating items as well. So the main purpose of the final budget, or one of the key purposes, is to allow for us to hone in the operating expenses to account for and then propose and just have council discuss their desired tax revenue increase to cover a portion of that operating expenditure. So there was a committee of the whole meeting last week, I believe it was on Thursday, where some of this information was also presented, and we've represented the same package information here. And just to kind of also provide a recap of this, on the operating side of things, we show comparative relative to the 2023 final budget, the prior year, and the proposed expenditures for the 2024 final operating budget. Again, we've separated out the requisitions, and these are the true requisitions from a tax perspective. Sometimes there'll be discussions around some other items that are external entities and bodies that that we as a county pay towards. But in terms of requisitions from an MGA perspective, they're items that are placed on the tax bill separately, or able to be placed on the tax bill separately and collected on behalf of, say, the school board or WHMB and whatnot. So we've shown those separately in this case, and then segregated out the total municipal changes, which would exclude those requisition increases, to come to the 745,000 increase in municipal operating items. This just shows another perspective. Essentially, it's the change from the interim, the approved budget for 2024, just in the same way that we've shown in the prior table. We show the requisition changes separately, and then we show the municipal portions as well, and we add those up in the bottom. And to kind of circle back to the committee of the whole details that were presented last week, that 500,000 of municipal changes from the interim budget, that represents around that 1.72% of tax revenue, which is where that original proposition of kind of showing the additional revenue required from a tax perspective from the interim 3% up to the proposed 4.72% is as one of the options for a property tax change. And so I'll stop now to see, before I proceed with the tax options, if there's any questions related to the operating budget so far.
Any questions so far? We will have an opportunity at the end of the presentation as well. I think we're good.
So as noted in the report, what staff have brought forward here are 3 potential property tax options in terms of rate increases of total tax revenue from the prior year. One of them being 3%, one of them being 4%, and one of them being 4.72%. And just to also kind of as a reminder, a 1% increase in municipal taxes represents around $300,000 of additional revenue. And essentially between these 3 operating budget options, or any others that may be discussed and proposed at this point, the difference is in just how the variation is made up between whether it's reserve funding or property tax funding. So for example, at the 3% level, to go to the 4% level, like noted, is a $300,000 property tax increase. So by going to that, then you reduce your requirements of surplus funding by $300,000. There is a few items that were noted in the committee of the whole meeting as well, in terms of like one-time items, such as the broadband project and some other substantial ones that are funded through the surplus or reserves, just because they're not structural costs, and those are in the operating budget as well, as set currently in all 3 scenarios. just briefly touch base on the, oh, sorry.
Councillor Kester, please go ahead.
You're telling me that some of this capital originated in the capital budget, or did this broadband ever was in there, but it ended up being paid out of the operating budget?
Yes, through the Reeve. As the broadband project is an operating item, just because it's not a tangible capital asset that has ownership. It's not an owned asset by the county. Yeah. So before I go to the capital budget, I'll just note a couple supplemental tables that are included with each of the three scenarios in the package. One of them being the municipal tax increase, kind of the historical, and this shows it as a gross level in terms of the 40 million-ish, and that dollar is higher because it includes the amounts that are collected on behalf of, say, the school board and the requisitions. And then what we do is we back out those requisitions that are shown in that as well. And so the number in terms of the county's operating budget that council would be probably most interested in would be this bottom line figure, the net municipal taxes. And those are all based on prior year approved bylaw figures, what they were from 2020 up until 2024, depending on, again, whatever scenario you might be looking at. So in this case, a 3% tax increase would represent the $30.4 approximately $1 million of tax revenue. And then we've also included just kind of a draft proposed in and outs of the budgeted transfers to and from reserves. This has capital implications as well because we fund capital projects through reserves. And that's provided as supplemental for each scenario as well. And I'll just scroll down to the capital budget here. Okay. So similar table to the committee of the whole meeting that was presented on Thursday. The only change in this case from the last meeting is we had this line item for sewer, the Gleason lift station repairs. This request came in for an additional $290,000. So other than that change, it still amounts to around $2 million of additional capital requests. Again, half of those approximately are carry forward requests, so they're already ongoing items that were approved last year. Part of what we like to do as a finance team and operations as well is to carry forward those values, just because it allows us to keep that same envelope. It allows us to track against budget just to make sure we're accountable, we're in line with what we said we were going to spend on them and whatnot. And so that increase brings the total capital to just under 40 million. Again, what was discussed briefly in the committee of the whole meeting is that's a little bit different this year is we have that debenture funding for some of the major projects, which works out to just around $12 million or 31% of the total funding for the 2024 plan. And then we have the comprehensive budget here. So that kind of concludes an overview of the operating and capital budgets. Staff are available for any questions.
Thank you for the fulsome review. Any questions regarding what's been presented for the proposed budget? I apologize, I did miss the committee of the whole. I did watch it and there were excellent questions and discussion. I really appreciated the questions around the assessment presentation as well as some of the budget questions that were asked. I do just have a couple of additional questions. Could administration just expand, and I should have a very strong grasp of this at this point, but the school requisition, there was a comment that the requisition was held flat, but because of the intersection with equalized assessment, we are requisitioning more for the school tax. Can you just elaborate on that and make sure I have my head wrapped around it properly, or Joel, if you can, whoever.
Sure, I'll make an attempt. Yeah, so essentially because of the equalized assessment or the assessed values, that the property values that that tax is based on, because that number in terms of the assessed values went up, but then the school board or the province left the tax rates constant, then increased the overall requirement or requisition total that will be pulled from the year.
Yes, and just to provide crystal clear, a crystal clear answer on this one through the chair. So when our assessment values go up in Wheatland County, that doesn't necessarily mean that our mill rates are frozen and they stay the same. If that were the case, to come up with the tax revenue and mill rates, it's literally a three-pronged calculation. So assessment, which administration and council have no input on, they're just set by the senior assessor, and that's his item. Then when the budget comes around, then we decide how much money that we need for the annual year, for the year to provide operations and do capital additions. So when the province has their numbers, what they had was they had the equalized assessment, which ours went up around 10 to 12%. And then when the province freezes their mill rate, that means that calculation, they freeze the mill rate, they have the assessed value, so that number will go up the exact amount of the assessed value, so around 10 to 12%.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that. It confirms how I understood that it worked. So the province doesn't have like a total education revenue necessarily, because they wouldn't know the assessment. They set essentially their rate, and then we multiply that by our equalized assessment, and then that's what we flow through for that requisition.
Yes, so through the chair, the province would have had a number that in mind that they needed, and probably that number came close to freezing that mill rate and come up with the increased equalized assessment across the whole province. So this equalized assessment value in Wheatland County, I know, has gone up 10 to 12%. The other municipalities around the province could have gone higher. I think Rocky View might be a little bit higher. However, other municipalities up north, and I don't have, I could pull the values of all equalized assessments around the province pretty easily. The province does provide that. There's a range. I can provide that range at lunchtime. It's just, that's just how it impacts Wheatland County specifically.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's really a range, but you have no control over it.
Yes, so through the chair, that's correct. There's a range, but the county has no control over it. So it's just kind of the set number that's set by the assessor.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point, Councillor Kister. And I do not see my note that I made when I was watching the committee of the whole, but I think there was a comment from administration that this is our first increase in total taxation revenue since 2019. Am I recalling correctly? Or am I not recalling correctly?
Yeah, so if, Joel, if you want to just scroll down the page, I think you have a chart on it actually.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yep. Page 36, I think, right? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to confirm. And then lastly, on the requisitions, can administration confirm that they're all aligned with all of the relevant? I guess first I'll point out, even in our documents, we probably shouldn't call it a police requisition, just because I know the province has been very clear that it's not a requisition. It's a police funding model. I don't know if it's a regulation or, anyways, it's very similar to a requisition. We have no choice. But if we can just ensure that our language is aligned with provincial direction, and then can administration confirm that all requisitions have been requisitioned from the county in alignment with relevant legislation?
Yes, so through the chair, I do have a presentation that I'm going to go over all the one from the WHMB later today. The requisitions from the WHMB, I'll have a presentation on later. So the ones that the WHMB can requisition us for is the operating deficit from the previous year. So that their calculation on that has been good. Administration does have some supplemental comments that we will provide to council later today. And any requisition that is not in alignment with their acts or any act, we'll bring back to council for ultimate authorization.
So the figure that's presented in the current budget will be finalized by administration, or this is the final number from your analysis?
So this would be the final number from our analysis. However, any requisition outside of the operating requisition, the operating deficit will be brought forward to council.
Perfect, thank you. Any other questions, Deputy Reeve Clausen?
Just a question arising from discussion and on the school rate, just for my own knowledge, is that mill rate set across the province or is it set in local regions?
Through the chair, is that for the property tax, for property tax or for any requisition?
For the school?
Yeah, that would have been set just a flat line.
Okay,
so-
just curious, because when you look at market values, I mean, it's closer to urban centers, it generally goes up higher, so the people that, you know, live closer are paying more. So, but that makes sense because the demand for the schooling is more too, so yeah, I see how it works. Okay.
Any other questions? Council's wishes. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I'll move that council approves the capital budget 2024 to 2028 as presented.
Any questions or discussion? Call the question. Motion is carried. Councillor Bigger.
I'll move that council approve the operating budget 2024 to 2026 with a 3% increase in municipal tax revenue.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. Any questions or discussion? Councillor Laprise and then Councillor Kester.
I guess I just wanted to acknowledge Deputy Reeve Clausen's remarks at the end of the committee of the whole meeting on Thursday that we have a choice between tax increase of 3 or 4.72 is kind of what's proposed. The difference is about $500,000. So whether that comes from ratepayers or from our reserves, the impact is reasonably small. We're not talking about huge numbers of difference between the options presented. But I just do want to remind, I guess, council that our 5-year capital budget will be looking for 22 million from reserves in 2024, 30 million in 2025, 23 in 2026, 33 in 2027. Like, I don't think we should be too eager to draw down our reserves personally. I would prefer a higher increase in municipal tax, but I'm not going to die on that hill, I guess.
Yeah, I do agree. I think we have to be very mindful of that as we monitor our financial situation through the next few years. Councillor Kester.
I share the same sentiments. Reserves are for capital, not for operating. If the operating's too high, cut it. You got to keep track of that. But that being said, I could be a little bit flexible from the 4.7 because some of that money was spent on broadband, on our partnership with Shaw, is it? Or there was some cost there. That's in operating, so that's a one-time type thing, infrastructure, you could say. I could go down to 4, but I can't go all the way to 3.
Any other questions or discussion?
I'll be supporting this because I have to think about the people in my division. They're going to be hit with their assessments have probably gone up somewhere around $60,000, $70,000 a piece. The price of fuel tax has gone up 7 cents a gallon. the majority of the people that I represent live out in the country, but they work in the city. And I have to be cognizant of the fact, and there are times we have to, I agree that we have to tighten our belt, and I may have been remiss that I didn't work harder on the operating things. So I still think our county is running on a better line, but I still think there's room to cut. And I will be more cognizant going forward next year of what the operating costs will be. And I'm also, those numbers going forward, I understand that's going up, and it could be a scary number, except for, I know there's a $210 million development going in Carsland. I know that de Havilland, according to the last news report I seen, they're thinking they can get shovels in the ground end of this year yet. I mean, this is all positive stuff. I think it's imperative on us to work to get the good news out there and I think there's still more work to be done with economic development. We are the go-to place. We're the go-to county, and I think to just say, well, we're not going to grow and this is going to be is silly. So I'm willing to for another year to take money out of the budget, out of reserves, just to protect my ratepayers. Thank you.
Councillor Kester and then Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I'd just like to remind council that you vote here as a county as a whole, not just your division. You're supposed to look at the county as a whole. And if you're mentioning new development coming over there, we've just got an extra increase of, I heard, around $1 million on development that achieved on the other side. So quit splitting the county up. Vote as a county as a whole.
Deputy Reeve Clausen. I didn't perceive the comment as splitting. I think it was just pointing, it is great to acknowledge the wind farm in the east. That definitely impacted our revenue this year. I think Councillor Eichert was just pointing to some of the commitments that have been made in terms of investment attraction. Go ahead, Councillor Kester.
He specifically mentioned his ratepayers.
Oh, yeah.
Specifically mentioned they're going up his assessment. When I look across outside of the Rockefort area, their assessments went up almost the same. It's across the county. I got people that drive to Calgary for their gas went up the same. It's for the people of the county. Sorry, that was what was said.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree, and it is a good point. Sorry, I thought you were talking about the comments around the proposed investment. We do need to be mindful of all of the ratepayers, and you're both right. There are cost pressures on every ratepayer in this county. It impacts some more than others for sure, but there are substantial impacts. So for me, I will support the proposed motion, being cognizant of the comments that Councillor Laprise made around we need to be monitoring this carefully and monitoring the proposed development and the timing of that and just how we do address some of the investment that will be required in terms of infrastructure for that development, but also maintaining the infrastructure that our existing sectors rely on, like agriculture and oil and gas. We have massive infrastructure responsibilities within our transportation networks and our critical servicing within our hamlets. So definitely monitoring that. Our administration does a good job of reporting. I'm also mindful that, our budget to actuals, we do typically have some variance, and our administration has always been committed to fiscal efficiency, and I would echo Councillor Eichert's comments around continuing to focus on that and look for efficiencies, and I think we can give our administration that direction as well. For me, focusing on the lower overall revenue increase that was proposed and discussed is part of a larger strategy around positioning ourselves as a strategic investment destination within the province that relies on a provincial corporate tax structure that's very favorable in terms of both domestic and foreign investment. And I do think we need to increase our communication around that the diversification of that economy is beneficial for our tax revenue. But for me, it's bigger than that. It's about creating meaningful employment opportunities for our ratepayers, retaining our youth, even the collateral impacts to mental health and addictions that comes with having meaningful employment. So to me, this is part of a longer vision for the county and a strategy. And so I will be supporting the motion. Any other questions or discussion? Deputy Reeve Clausen.
It was mentioned about reserves funding, operating and capital. Is there any policies on that, or is that just a preference of council, previous council?
Through the chair, could you repeat that question? Sorry, I just.
So there's a mention of in discussion here about reserve funding, operations and capital. And there's no policies or anything. It's basically council's discretion.
Yes, so through the chair, that's correct. So administration has a policy, or council has a policy that administration follows that outlines all of the reserve and their intended purposes. So for all of those, the reserves go down as capital projects go up that are funded through reserves. So I would say that the majority of our capital assets are funded either right now through reserves. The county hasn't really had an appetite to fund many through long-term debt. That will change this year, subject to council approval of the proposed water line that will feed the Goldfinch ASP. So that one just a significant project that we'll have to recoup over time. So as for it funding operating, yes, there are aspects of it that do, but the bulk of it is capital. And I'd say that it goes down as capital assets go up. We just had a presentation from our auditor that noted our increased investments in TCA. However, there are other, I guess, avenues that sometimes that we fund capital assets through, such as general taxation. But the lower that general taxation goes, the less that capital assets are funded through general taxation, because those reserves transfers just aren't there, just because the taxes aren't collected and being transferred in. I thought hopefully that kind of cleared it up. I apologize if it just muddied the waters. Thank you.
No, actually, it helps me because when there's been big capital projects on the horizon, there is no doubt, but there is options to council of how to proceed with that. And there's also options to council to how to recover some of those costs. There's things like offsite levies, there's debentures, there's ways you can recover some of the cost in a localized region. And my intention would be to move forward that we would take that into consideration when we're looking at those projects. Not that we're going to completely fund them out of capital and not replenish that. So that's my thought process moving forward is, I mean, it takes money to make money in development. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, but you can ultimately push the problem on the developer, which we've seen in other, like Mirfield's a prime example, where a lot of those costs were pushed onto them and it ultimately failed. And we have it now, but we're now seeing it as a developer perspective. So I just ask council, keep that in the back of your mind, because it's not just pulling the money out of reserves to do it. There's ways of definitely funding.
So I appreciate those comments and I see where you're coming from. I did just take out of our budget, out of our capital budget, just the reserves, the two restricted and unrestricted. There is more money required in those years that could come from debt or other places, but I'm just wanting to, yeah, I did do that.
So maybe just to supplement my comment earlier, I feel like I may have not mentioned one other aspect. So a couple points. When the auditor just presented at 10 o'clock, he did mention that the county is in a strong financial position, which is great. The county always kind of has been. So one other thing to note is that, during the COVID time of 2020, that's when council really tightened the belt on municipal taxes. So in the charts presented here, you can see that the municipal taxes went down, but so did our capital asset investment also went down. So if the municipality does ever find ourselves in this position where, we're out of reserves, you can defer capital projects, you can defer capital investment, and you can draw those reserves back up. However, ultimately, depending on what you're deferring, you just defer future liabilities that need to be replaced. So that's like just one thing that council needs to consider. Yes, you can always bring the reserves back up through less capital investment, but the growth that Wheatland County is experiencing, you really will need to invest in capital infrastructure in order to facilitate the growth that's required. It can be done through developer agreements. It can be done through developer contributions. However, there's going to be circumstances where, let's just say the Goldfinch ASP has a proposed anchor tenant. That anchor tenant isn't going to enter into a developer agreement to facilitate all of the growth required in that ASP all at once in year one. That's something that will have to be done off of long-term debt. And the similar thing can be said in the Highway 1 ASP, is that there's going to be significant investment required for that ASP to facilitate the growth and expansion of that, or the build out of that ASP, sorry, not the expansion of the ASP. That could happen too, but it's just very important that, these things can be funded by long-term debt. Things can be deferred, but if you are experiencing significant growth, which Wheatland County is, you need to think about the long-term future of that as well and how that will be funded. It is kind of broken out in the capital budget, how it will be funded. It's just, it's a long-term plan that can be amended from day to day by council resolution. Hopefully not. That would be a little bit hard on administration to try to keep all those moving parts. So it is good to have this discussion on the capital budget today and just how that growth will be facilitated in the future. Thank you.
Can administration, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Kester, and then I'll.
After hearing that and the future, I know what the future is. I don't know what the future is, but I know it's going to cost us money. I don't think it'll be taken as a friendly amendment, but I'll make an amendment to the motion to a 4% increase. That's my motion. Amend the current motion is 3%. I would like to amend it to a 4% increase. Keeping in mind our future growth needs, so keep the shock of tax increases lower over time. We can't keep cutting on the backs of our reserves, because the day comes and when we have to increase it. And I don't want to be sitting here and that day comes.
So just looking at our procedure bylaw, 156 says an amending motion should be used to improve the wording of the main motion. Amending motions are used for the purpose of adding words, removing words, or replacing words in the original motion. Amending motions must relate to the subject matter of the original motion and must not be contrary to the original motion. So I'm going to rule that amendment would be contrary to the original motion because it substantively changes what's being proposed at this time. Certainly if the motion that's on the table fails, there could be a secondary motion to look at a different tax rate within the budget. Councillor Bigger.
I just want to say why I've chosen the 3% is with assessment, there was a large increase of assessment. I believe that assessment will level out for all of the county. And I feel that our taxes are going up. And if you look at the graph, even at the 3%, it is increasing. And we'll have that ability to increase next year also. I just don't want it to be a tax burden for the residents of the county at this time. I think a slow increase would be much better than, and to show that we understand and that we are constant on trying to keep our operating budget as low as possible, and that we will look, as Councillor Eichert said, look into next year's, be a little bit more, sharpen our pencils and figure out what we can do for next year. And that's why I chose the 3%. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? I would echo many of, oh, sorry, Councillor Larson.
Recorded vote when we vote, please.
Yeah, absolutely, you bet. I would echo many of the comments and discussion. I think we've had excellent discussion. Administration has done a really good job of utilizing the strengths of their entire team to build these budgets and then to present them to council and to have council give strong direction on different elements of both the operating and the capital budget. There's been good discussion. Some of the discussion that came out around the assessment was incredibly good in the committee of the whole. This is always a balancing act of balancing our responsibilities of asset management and strategic investment in infrastructure that can drive that growth and our financial position. And as CAO Henderson said, as a municipality, we could artificially inflate our financial position by minimizing our investment in asset management and some of the, particularly in our transportation network that we do on an ongoing basis and have been, as CAO Henderson indicated, we did make some substantive cuts during, between 2020 and 2022, those budgets. Some of that was labor force, some of it was challenges with supply chain, some of that was strategic in terms of trying to minimize the impacts when people already were living with a lot of hardship through multiple different ways. I will say that I think it's an opinion rather than a fact that there would be a potential tax shock. I think we need to monitor that. And as Councillor Bigger said, I do anticipate our tax revenue increasing as our assessment grows, and that will, there's a number of factors that will drive that. But I do know from speaking with investors that the tax climate of municipalities is important in those site selection decisions. It's not the driving factor necessarily, but it is one of those factors. So we have a lot of considerations to make when we're doing this, both impacts to residential ratepayers, impacts to our industry, some sectors that are already experiencing a lot of pressure as well through things Councillor Eichert referenced, carbon tax, that's having substantive impacts across the board on all of our ratepayers, whether they're residential, industrial, agricultural, substantial impacts. So again, I'll support the motion because I believe we're doing an excellent job of analyzing all of those factors and coming up with a strategic approach to the financial future of Wheatland County. Councillor Kester.
First off, I'd like to object for your reasoning on my amendment. You're the chair, so I'll leave it go with that because I can't change it. I've just changed one of the numbers. It's not a substantive change. And also comments were made. We have to watch our municipal tax increases because of assessment increases. I believe our municipal tax revenue of 3% is not tied to assessment increase. That's just the bottom line of our budget. It's not tied to, unless I'm wrong, I'll get a correction here from staff, that those are two different things. The assessment increase does not increase your taxes.
It increases the tax revenue.
It increases the assessment base, but it does not increase the taxes. The mill rate, if you keep the same mill rate, would increase it, but we're adjusting the mill rate here with this motion. It's not the same. Just because the assessment went up doesn't mean your taxes have gone up. They're two different numbers.
So we're going to look at the tax rate by law at the end of the meeting. But just so that we are crystal clear, we are looking at an overall increase to our tax revenue with this motion of 3%. So mill rates will, depending on where council goes, need to be lowered to meet this because we have had substantial assessment increase. So assessment unequivocally does drive tax revenue because it's obviously the two factors. Your assessment times your mill rate is going to give us our revenue. So it is directly tied to the revenue that we generate. On the calling on my order, you can, I'm just finding what it's called because it's escaping me right now. There is absolutely a provision to question the call of the chair. Sorry, just give me one moment.
Madam Chair, your previous comment was, we'll vote on this one, and if it doesn't pass, we can have another motion. I'm good with that.
Okay, just for clarity
Just
though,
in-
like I'm not,
Interest of time, I know.
I'm not a ruler here. I am simply facilitating a meeting. Anybody who wants to review, please review sections 120 through 124. Any member may question the behavior of another member, a procedural decision or interpretation made by the chair, or to bring attention to a potential or actual breach of the rules of this bylaw, or raising a point of order. And then there is a procedure. And I appreciate that you're not calling that, but that avenue is always there for any member of council to always question the call of the chair. I serve at your will and do my level best to interpret things fairly and to facilitate good governance. Any other questions or discussion? I will call the question. There was a request for a recorded vote. The motion is carried. Link, Eichert, Clausen, Bigger, and Laprisa voted in favor, and Kester and Laursen have voted opposed. We will move to agenda item 2.31.
I just want to make one comment after. So I've seen and heard from my ratepayers that there has been a great level of service from the county, from the public works and from the office staff. So just want to say thank you to the staff. It's easier to do our job when we have good service. So I really appreciate that. And thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that comment. We'll move to agenda item 2.31. We had a request from the Wheatland Housing Management Body for myself and council to attend a March 14th meeting at the town of Strathmore. It wasn't, I don't think, a formal Wheatland Housing Management Body board meeting, but it was an update for municipalities. Just asking for a motion to ratify attendance.
I can make that motion.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Clausen. I'll call any questions or discussion, sorry.
I only attended for a brief time. I won't be charging for the meeting. I was online and could only attend for a little bit, but I did hear and I followed up after the fact because there was a recording provided back to us. And I found it very useful, but just time commitments, I could not make it fully. So I just want to disclose that.
Any other questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. We'll move to agenda item 2.32. Sorry, I'm just finding a note. On December 5th, 2023, Council moved that councillors with concerns regarding the Wheatland Housing Management Body governance review submit their concerns to administration by December 12th, 2023, and direct administration to draft a letter based on submitted concerns for review at our December 19th, 2023 council meeting. I had submitted a letter outlining my concerns with the governance review to CAO Henderson in December, but due to the Honourable Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services, son being in a collision and in life-threatening condition, we felt it most appropriate to defer addressing this issue. It's appropriate to revisit this issue now that the Honourable Minister Nixon recently shared that his son was discharged from the Children's Hospital and returned home to Sundre to continue his rehabilitation as a day patient after 4 months on his long road to recovery. And sorry, I meant to send this, but I don't know if I hit send. I will read just a draft letter for council's consideration. And it's also in your email. Once we have council approval, I would like to just amend the beginning to say I'm writing on behalf of Wheatland County Council if there's council support for the letter. Minister of Alberta Seniors, Community and Social Services, concerns with Wheatland Housing Management Body Governance Review Final Report. I'm writing to express my serious concerns following the release of the Wheatland Housing Management Body, WHMB, ensuring everyone has a place to call home, Governance Review Final Report found here with a link to the report. Our seniors are a cherished part of our community, having significantly contributed to the development of Wheatland County. Our collective responsibility is to ensure their well-being, and we are committed to partnering in this endeavor. This letter is a reaffirmation of our unwavering commitment to the seniors and vulnerable populations of Wheatland County, who have been the foundation of our community's growth and prosperity. We are dedicated to ensuring their well-being through collaborative efforts, but recent developments with WHMB have compelled us to seek your intervention. Inaccuracies and misrepresentations in the WHMB report. The report inaccurately suggests that there has always been a waitlist for housing, which contradicts the actual scenario during the pandemic when vacancies existed. The report fails to distinguish between those immediately seeking housing currently and those indicating future interest. The current list is more indicative of a future interest rather than immediate need, skewing the perception of housing demand and readiness. This misrepresentation of facts is concerning. Overreach in governance review and lack of autonomy, respect. We observe an alarming overreach in the review scope, particularly its unwarranted evaluation of Wheatland County's elected officials, which falls outside its purview. This intrusion into our autonomous governance raises serious concerns about the intent and scope of the review. Issues with board appointments and interpersonal dynamics. The reappointment of a councillor to the WHMB board, despite their removal by Wheatland County for a code of conduct violation, undermines our authority and decision-making process. It reflects a lack of respect for our governance protocols, has strained the relationship between Wheatland County and WHMB, and is not conducive to a collaborative relationship or a collaborative partnership. Dismissal of raised concerns and governance deficiencies. Contrary to the report's claims, Wheatland County representatives have actively and repeatedly raised significant governance concerns at WHMB board meetings. These concerns have been consistently overlooked, leading to a growing sense of frustration and mistrust. Conflict of interest and public trust issues. The board chair's ongoing involvement in the performance review of family members serving as CAOs, notwithstanding the absence of direct pecuniary interests and not illegal, presents a serious conflict of interest that cannot be overlooked and appears to contravene the board's own code of conduct. The consultant's dismissal of this concern is troubling. This practice has considerably eroded public trust in WHMB's governance integrity. Bias and selectivity in the governance review. The review's approach and recommendations, particularly concerning a specific Wheatland County representative and the legal actions against him, display a clear bias and a lack of comprehensive consideration of all relevant factors and incidents. The call for an apology from the Wheatland County representative, who has already apologized, and the selective omission of critical governance errors and incidents, including impeding democratic representation by weaponizing COVID vaccination policy and lack of procedural fairness in the removal of a Wheatland County representative in the report, are particularly troubling. Prior engagement of the consultant. The lead TSI consultant's involvement, who has had previous professional engagements with WHMB, raises questions about the impartiality and objectivity of the review process. His history with the body and the decisions made under his advisement warrant scrutiny for potential bias. Fundamental governance and stewardship concerns. The core issue is not merely interpersonal relationships, as suggested by the report, but a fundamental lack of commitment to strong governance and responsible resource stewardship within WHMB. The conduct of certain members of the WHMB board towards Wheatland County has been antagonistic and derisive, at times bordering on vilification. Questions or concerns we have raised are frequently met with either overt hostility and defensiveness or are entirely disregarded. This adversarial attitude has not only led to a misrepresentation of our council's actions and intentions, but has also resulted in misleading the public. Moreover, our efforts to address and manage public expectations have been consistently undermined by the WHMB's approach, further complicating our endeavors to maintain transparent and constructive communication with our community. It's frustrating that the board repeatedly disregards collaborative efforts with Wheatland County. The The board's use of autonomy as a shield against transparency and accountability is a glaring abdication of its duties under the Alberta Housing Act. Given these circumstances, we urgently request a meeting with you to discuss these issues in depth and seek guidance on how Wheatland County can navigate a path forward with WHMB. If a resolution is not feasible, we would like to understand the process for Wheatland County to request removal from WHMB. We cannot, in good conscience, continue to appoint representatives to a board that is actively undermining our council and expose those representatives to potential personal liability. Furthermore, we want to draw your attention to challenges within the Alberta Affordable Housing Partnership Program. Our recent resolution review of affordable housing funding programs, with a link to the resolution, endorsed by the rural municipalities of Alberta in November, highlights these concerns regarding inefficiencies and bureaucratic hurdles, and we urge your ministry to review and address them to staunch the bleeding of tax dollars. Thank you for your attention to these critical matters. We look forward to your response and the opportunity to discuss these issues further. And then I will just note that I have included some board minutes that document the lead consultant with the consulting firm, some of the timeline of their engagement. I would just ask for administration to put that through VoIP, just to redact personal information prior to it being submitted to the ministry. I wasn't exactly sure on, I'm not a FOIP specialist, so I will table this for council consideration. Any questions or discussion?
Till when?
I'm tabling it now. We had a motion to send the letter in December, and I think it's critical, especially given some of the requests that are being presented, that council consider this, and I would be looking for a motion to send it to the minister if there is council support, or if council so chooses.
April 4th, you're invited to read. Got the particulars here someplace. To a meeting. We have 4 people from the housing ministry coming down. I can give you their names if I can find it. On my papers.
We've got them. I think we had the invitation.
Yes, here it is. Here's the Valerie Puttick, Housing Advisor for Seniors Housing, Community and Services. Lori Malachek, Manager of Housing Management Body Operations, Alberta Seniors Housing Government Alberta. Deborah Harco, Alberta Seniors Housing Policy Advisor, and Barb Panicked, I'm thinking is planning on coming. She's the Director of Alberta Seniors and Housing. I think that would be an appropriate place to bring your concerns to in that meeting and have them answer your questions or concerns or take it to the minister. I'm thinking start there, because they're coming down as part of the governance review to answer questions in the original and the review consideration that Wheatland Housing engage a lawyer to explain requisitions. The board has decided, asked the officials up at Edmonton if they could send down a team to address requisitions plus any other questions that are had. So that's on April the 4th at 7 o'clock at the lodge. It's open to all board members and mayors and reeves. And it'll be taped and recorded and for council deliberations after. And I also found the letter from the last letter we wrote to the minister. And on the bottom it says, if you have any further questions, please contact Shahid. So this is one step higher than Shahid. So you can start by contacting them, take advantage of the opportunities that are there. And if you don't find satisfaction, yeah, then read your letter. But that would be my, my recommendation.
Any other questions or discussion?
I have shared concerns with the governance. I raised them previously. We've talked about them before. I agree with some of the points on here. I'm not sure. Maybe a couple would be more than I would be prepared to raise to this level. I would prefer not to send the letter, just because I understand where you're coming from, that Wheatland County is suffering from public relations having to do with this housing board, and it's not fair. But I guess I just think it's gone a half a step too far.
Any other questions or discussion?
I was just taking a moment to review the letter because as you sent it, it had to go through the county's
Yes.
program. So I was
Apologies.
just trying to read through it. I'll make the motion to send the letter.
To the Minister of
Yeah.
Seniors, Community and Social
Yep.
Services.
We can include all the people that were discussed here from Councillor Kester if need be, but I think just going straight to the ministry, it will go to the top and it'll trickle down through the whole thing. So we did have, my reasoning is we did have a motion to do this prior and unfortunately the minister had a family emergency, which was mentioned, which is public knowledge. And it's something that was on the books. There's been some new things coming up, but I agree with this. So I'll be supporting it.
We have a motion on the floor. Any other questions or discussion? Councillor Kester?
Question. I missed the last meeting, but there was a motion to send a letter to the minister on requisitions. Is that letter still coming?
Don't think there was a letter.
Or is this the letter that the town of Strathmore and the villages are referencing when they like to be there and attend?
There was a previous motion for a request for a meeting that was approved by council, and administration did make that request to the ministry. We have not heard back at this point. And I believe that was what the town of Strathmore and
That letter's been
Wheatland
sent.
Housing, it was sent following the resolution, if administration wants to
Those
confirm.
letters from the municipalities that are in the package are after the fact then of that particular letter, and this is a different letter.
Yes, this is different. This is a follow-up to a resolution from December.
Okay.
Yes, just to provide clarity. So there's two motions kind of being discussed. So the one that Councillor Kester, through the chair, that just mentioned was, there was one that was passed on March 12th, 2024. And it was that council directed administration to facilitate a meeting with the Reeve, Deputy Reeve, Chief Administrative Officer, the Minister of Seniors, Community and Social Services, and the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And that was just a facilitated meeting. So administration did email the ministry's office for that. We got a response back saying that they'd work on scheduling one. And then the one for discussion at this point was passed on December 5th, and that is it's actually in the council package on page 149 on the council resolution tracker. So, or 148, sorry, it's the last resolution, and that's council motion 2023-1212.
Okay. So we sent an earlier letter to the minister September 18th, 2023. And we got a response back from the minister on September 26, 2023. Do you want me to read it?
We had it in our correspondence. I think it indicated that they would
In
be
the last,
reviewing the governance review.
so in the last paragraph, it made specific things. If you have any further questions, please contact Shahid, Housing Advisor, Housing Division, Seniors, Community and Social Services by phone, and was in direct reference to the governance review. I'll be opposed to this motion. And a recorded vote.
Oh, okay.
Certainly. Any other questions or discussion? So part of my rationale for sending the letter to the minister is that we are elected officials, and it's common for administration to speak to administration within different ministries, but it's, I believe, a better practice for elected officials to speak to elected officials. It's been made very clear that the Wheatland Housing Management Body is an autonomous body, and that the only organization that has oversight of the Wheatland Housing Management Body and can help facilitate accountability for the represented, or for the residents that the housing board serves, is the provincial government. And so that was a consideration in my rationale for sending this to the minister. In addition, we have spent the greater part of the last 5 years trying to address multiple concerns, frequently through, there's been some letters to the ministry, there's been multiple requests to the housing board to address different issues. And I do have correspondence, and I'm just trying to find it. I should have flagged it, my apologies. It was from the minister. It may be the same letter that Councillor Kester was referencing, where the minister did indicate that they would be reviewing the results of the governance review. And the reason I think it's imperative that we send this letter is because of the concerns regarding the governance review and the impartiality of it. I believe our administration referenced one governance issue to the consultant that had not been identified well in the governance review. And there are certainly other instances of governance challenges that have been indicated to me that were raised to the consultant that were not addressed in the review. And I think it's important that the ministry be aware of that as they're monitoring this situation, as at the end of the day, they are the only ones who have legislative authority and oversight of the body. That's my rationale. Any other questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. A request for a recorded vote was made. Councillors Link, Eichert, Clausen, and Bigger were in favor. Councillors Kester, Laprise, and Laursen were opposed. It is 12 o'clock.
Yes, through the chair, or through the reef, sorry, the lunch is here, and also MLA Cooper is here as well.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's recess. Let's take a recess until 1 p.m. when we have an appointment with Speaker Cooper. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll call the meeting back to order. And I am pleased to welcome our MLA Nathan Cooper, who's joining us this afternoon. Welcome, MLA Cooper. We're pleased to have you, and thanks for joining us for lunch. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's my great pleasure to be able to join you today, and appreciate our chance to have a discussion over lunch, and happy to provide some brief remarks. I know you have a big agenda this afternoon, some brief remarks, and then followed by happy to take any questions that members of council may have.
Fantastic. If you want to maybe just start by outlining some of what you and your government have been working on.
Sure. Well, thank you again, and thank you for everyone who's joined the meeting today. My appearance at council today has been set for some period of time, and I won't be able to unfortunately stay as we have a meeting booked shortly thereafter, so I won't be able to stay for the remainder of the meeting, but I hope that it will be productive. I would just say that the government is just in the throes of a number of what I consider to be fairly important and exciting steps for the province. Just last week on Thursday, the budget was finalized. And I think in that budget, we saw a significant amount of investment in the province, as well as a commitment to fiscal responsibility and accountability that I think Albertans deserve and also demand from the government. That's not to say that there hasn't been a lot of hard choices and difficult decisions to make. I know firsthand that there's always more requests and requirements of municipalities, of Albertans, of our healthcare system, of our education system, in every aspect of government. There's always a greater demand on government than there is resources. And of course, the question remains to be asked, how will a government respond to those things? And so I think this government has done a very good job of balancing those important aspects of governance with respect to investing, but as well as at the same time making sure that we do so that isn't creating a significant burden for my kids and your grandkids and otherwise. I also think as we look at some of the steps that the government has made over the past 12 months since being elected, I think that a lot of very positive things have happened, including and in particular the renewables pause and then the announcing of the new regulations. And I think it's really a commitment of this government to recognize that rural Alberta is an important partner in the future of our province, and acknowledging that our friends and neighbors here in rural Alberta are just as important as our friends and neighbors in urban Alberta. And even though the impact in terms of total numbers is sometimes different, that landowners are landowners, whether they're here or in the city. And so trying to find that balance, I'll be the first to admit, it's not, the government doesn't always get things 100%. And so, you'll always have people who have a varying levels of agreement. But I think trying to strike as good of a balance as possible on these things is what the government is endeavoring to do. And I think they have done pretty well on a number of areas. We have seen a lot of investment, direct investment from the province into the constituency of Old Stitsbury Three Hills. And I know that the county is in a very unique position because it's sort of broken up across provincial boundaries. And so my colleague Angela Pitt, who I was speaking with earlier today, sends her regrets and her regards. And I also had a very positive and constructive conversation with Chantal De Jong, the MLA for Chestermere Strathmore. And then, of course, myself and Joe Scowen. This past week, member DeYoung and I had a good conversation with the Minister of Seniors, Housing and Community Services, as I know you have some discussions immediately following my appearance here with respect to the project in Strathmore. And I have long said that inside the constituency of Old Stitsbury Three Hills, at least, there are 3 seniors projects that are all in varying levels of application. The first one being a facility in Trochu, the second one a facility in Carstairs, and then, of course, the facility here in Strathmore, which impacts a lot of constituents. My attention up until recently has been at the Trochu facility. Parts of that facility are over 100 years old and is in desperate need of being replaced. I have very, very positive sense that the desire or the need for my attention on that project is coming to a conclusion. And so I'll be able to turn some of my time and attention to the other 2 facilities that are happening here in the constituency. I know that on that project in Strathmore, there are a lot of decisions that need to be made over the days and weeks that are in front of us. And Council will be dealing with one of those this afternoon. I had a conversation with the Minister of Seniors just last week about this project and what is the future for the Lodge program more broadly. And the Lodge program is under a bit of a review. And so I know that there is a bit of a rush or desire to try to potentially get projects funded under the current program, or what all that might look like. And because of the nature of the project in Strathmore, the timing of it, and all of the nuances that are around that project, I'd asked if the minister would be able to have a meeting with the board or representatives from the board. And because of the timely nature of it, applied some level of pressure to try to get that to happen sooner than later. He committed to me that over the next 3 weeks, he would be able to have a meeting with the board. And what I had said to him was, I think it's important that the board has some level of direction as to whether or not the province was going to be able to be a partner in this project. That the project in Trochu that I was just speaking about has taken over a decade to get funded. And these projects unfortunately take long periods of time. There are massive demands on the province with respect to development of seniors housing and affordable housing. And so I think it's really important that the minister just provide some direction as to, yes, I think this is a project that we're going to be able to partner with in the short term, or we have 100 projects on the list in front of this project. And then that way we'll be able to have the board and the municipalities in the region have a little bit clearer of a direction. And so it's my hope that that will happen in the next 3 weeks. And perhaps that can help inform your decisions on that. I would like to just say, there's lots of community engagement in this project. And I think that the work that the Hospice Society has done and others who have invested a lot of their time, talents, and energies into this project is admirable. And I thank them for their work. Whether or not the partner in the province can come to fruition in the short term, I just don't know the answer to that. But hopefully the minister will be able to provide that. So perhaps I'll leave my remarks at that. Some of the things that are happening in and around the constituency. One last thing, and I know that it doesn't impact the county perhaps as much as other communities in the constituency of Old Didsbury, Three Hills, but I am very pleased to report that the province did invest an additional $63 million into Olds College, particularly on the ag tech and ag trades side of things. So ag mechanics, heavy duty mechanics, and a number of other areas in the trades that play a significant role in rural Alberta. And I think these types of investments really speak to the value that we place on rural Alberta and the work that takes place in counties more broadly. And so while it may not be an investment specifically for Wheatland County, I think that it's an important investment that the province did make in our constituency that's going to see a lot of jobs and continued sustainability in the ag sector.
Yeah, that's definitely huge, and it certainly does directly impact Wheatland County just because agriculture is one of our primary sectors. So we're very grateful for that investment and grateful for the work that your government is doing on behalf of Albertans, and specifically the focus on rural Alberta is appreciated. We may not have the numbers that our urban counterparts have, but we certainly punch above our weight in terms of GDP and keeping Alberta life as we know it in Alberta. So we certainly appreciate that focus, and we were discussing the balance that you were referencing this morning as we were discussing our budget, and that long-term focus on investment in asset management and balancing that with some of the cost of living considerations that people in Alberta are facing, implications of the carbon tax, and that's hitting people hard, and just inflation overall. There's a lot of challenges, but there's a lot of exciting things happening as well. So we also want to thank your government. There's some exciting projects happening in the county, and I strongly believe that they would not be locating here if it wasn't for the tax climate and the business-friendly environment and regulatory framework that the province has been committed to both having and also improving. So that's been pivotal in terms of the investment that's coming to Wheatland County. So thank you to you and your government for that focus and for the diligence that it takes to cultivate that environment. I'll open the floor to any questions to Emily Cooper. Councillor Laprise.
Thank you so much for coming today. I just wanted to follow up. You attended along with Premier Smith and MLA McIver to the surface rights meeting. Have you heard any more information about anything going on to address the issues that that group are facing?
Sure. More broadly, both actually, I believe that Minister McIver communicated some sort of letter today or yesterday to WDEMS, not WDEMSA, but all of the acronyms.
Wetland and Area Surface
Yeah.
Rights System.
But only because I saw some email traffic on my email when I pulled into the parking lot before I walked into the building. So I haven't actually read to know what that is. I do know that Minister Schultz also communicated directly as a follow-up from a meeting they had, one-on-one meeting that the board had with Minister Schultz, as well as a sort of outcropping from the AGM that took place in Standard. And if I can just very briefly, Reeve-Link, speak to the fact that there are a wide variety of people who are concerned about the province's decision to proceed with a pilot project on partial reclamation. And the province heard the concerns, although they proceeded with the project as well as. And in the correspondence that Minister Schultz sent to the board, she was clear about her desire to hear from landowners who don't engage in the pilot project because of the negative relationship that they have with primarily Ember and Lynx. And so they would have zero desire to enter in a project. And members of the board were concerned that the people who have better relationships might engage in the pilot project and then have nice things to say about it. And all the government would hear is how wonderful this project was. And so Rebecca Schultz, the Minister of Environment Protected Areas, communicated that please, it's important that we hear from landowners who aren't engaging in the project for reason X or Y to help have a more robust picture on that. So I do know that she's communicated. I know that the minister has now sent some form of communication, which I have not yet read because I believe it was yesterday evening or yesterday afternoon or this morning. And I'm happy to follow up. And if I can just add, Shannon, appreciate the work that you and many of your family and the board have been doing on that. I think we've had some very constructive meetings. The board has met with the Premier twice now. And Minister McIver and Minister Schultz twice as well. And so governing is always a challenge in balancing those decisions. And so, you know, not every decision that the government has made has gone what I would consider to be our way in terms of the board's perspective. But I think it's important that we at the very least have an ear on all of those ministries. And I think that the work that they've done to make that happen has been important.
I just want to echo that board is extremely well run. They have very passionate people involved to their executive level and throughout. And man, the fact that they can get a premier to come to Standard Alberta to a community hall meeting is pretty incredible. So kudos to them. And thank you for your comments.
They must have a good MLA advocating on their behalf. I'm just teasing. They do all of the work, let's be honest.
Any other questions? Councillor Larison.
I don't know if you can elaborate on this, and if you can't, that's fine. But I think I can speak for everybody in the room that we appreciate what your government's doing with the carbon tax. And while that's not necessarily a municipal problem, it affects each and every one of us. Some of us here have to drive 30 miles just to pick up our mail. And I'm just wondering if it looks like it's mostly falling on deaf ears, but is there anything else that you think, you know, what can we expect from our government to do some more good work on that in the future?
Well, I think the government's very committed to highlighting the frustration of Albertans with Ottawa, particularly around the carbon tax and other issues that disproportionately negatively impact the province. So even if you were to look at the amount of investment in affordable housing in Alberta, now some of this has shifted over the past month because the federal government made announcements directly with the city of Airdrie and the city of Edmonton and the city of Calgary. But a perfect example of how they don't invest outside of any of those big urban areas, yet we have other housing issues that impact rural Alberta. And so there is an ongoing concerted effort on behalf of our government to push back against the federal government to make sure that Alberta gets a much more fair deal in Confederation. And we'll continue to see those efforts through a wide variety of ministries, not just on the carbon tax, but I think the home heating oil in Atlantic Canada just highlighted the hypocrisy of the carbon tax, that it's not actually about, it's not an environmental policy, it's a tax policy. And this is a fundamental challenge. And to hear ministers of the federal government talking about how great these rebates are going to be for the majority of Albertans. My guess is the majority of people in this room don't share that sentiment because they actually have to drive their car more than the average individual. And they have to, I live in a very rural part of Kneehill County, just north of Rosebud. So just on the other side of the Wheatland-Kneehill County line. And drive 60,000 kilometers a year like many people in this room do. And we disproportionately are impacted by that. And so I think that we'll continue to fight the federal government. And I also might just say that I believe that there's some other very positive news coming out of affordability and utilities with respect to the review that affordability and utilities undertook. That's going to have a very positive impact on affordability in rural Alberta as well. And so I think stay tuned to later this month when the minister will make some announcements and how that'll impact particularly power in rural Alberta.
Thank you very much. And yes, I know you have the same issue as we do as far as traveling goes. So thank you.
Yeah, excellent question. Any other questions? Deputy Reeve Clausen.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. You represent a portion of my area, so you and I converse quite often. Just want to circle back to something you'd mentioned about the ministry and obviously the financing of a project in our area. You say within, so can I count on something within this month? You say 3 weeks, and I'd like to see something in writing. Not words, not a statement I'd like to see something in writing. I think it would go a long ways for us to be able to make a positive decision and a decision that will have the partnership that needs to be there to keep it going forward. Like we have a motion, just so you know, we have a motion that basically says right now, if the province is there, probably 90% of the people in this room would not be here. So there's a push and there's a need that's being asked of us. And I appreciate that you're putting the pressure on the ministry, because it would give us, all the people in this room, more comfort level, because I mean, that's an ask of $7.1 million from the province, and this project can go forward. So just wanted to say thanks, and hopefully we can get it in writing. It would make my decision a whole hell of a lot easier. Pardon my French.
Well, I'm always reluctant to speak for the minister, as you can well imagine. Yeah. I don't know if you've seen the size of him or not, but I'm certainly happy to ask if he's willing to communicate to the board in writing with respect to the prospect of the province being a partner in that. I also will say, I'm pleased that he's agreed to a meeting on And I appreciate that it's not in the calendar yet, but the fact that he's committed to meeting in the next 3 weeks because he understands the scope of the decisions that are needing to be undertaken. So I value and appreciate his commitment to meeting, and I will certainly communicate to him that it would be very helpful, whatever he communicates, that it would be in writing. I think it's fair for both the municipalities in the region as well as the board and constituents to have a straight answer, whatever that answer may be, whether it's the answer we are hoping for or whether it is the disappointing news that it is lower down on the priority list than we believe it should be.
Any other questions? I guess just further on that issue, recognizing that there is substantial need all across Alberta. I think we all see the demographics and the shift that's happening. Would it be possible, and we asked the consultant that's working with Wheatland Housing Management Body, and they brought sort of a subset of data. Would it be possible to get a data set from the province around servicing ratios, like service levels in each of the communities in Alberta? I have to imagine it's there, but to date, I haven't been able to access it. It's not like there's no open data online. We also could reach out to ASHA as well, but I'd rather it come from GOA just because ASHA may not capture necessarily everything. Where I'm going is just if we had a sense of like what assets have already been invested in communities in Alberta, and then what some of those service ratios are. We did put a resolution forward 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, around a different model for looking at reviewing and investing in seniors housing, and it proposes an idea around a scalable, replicable, modular approach. And I know we talked about it at lunch. It certainly should be applied to schools as well, or hospitals. We were talking about the Lougheed era where, multiple hospitals were built, and there are some efficiencies that can be found if you're saving those tax dollars in terms of drawings and design and that type of thing that could be applied to different projects. I've heard the Premier reference sort of a repository of designs that the government could access. We want to make data-driven, evidence-based decisions, and I can only assume that your government is also making needs-based decisions. And I think I was actually frustrated on last Wednesday or Thursday night. We had our latest presentation, and I asked the consultant, and it didn't appear that had been asked to date on this project, what that relative need is within Alberta. And the reason I think that's critical is because it's part of that risk analysis, especially when you're looking at front-loading costs that really are going to be sunk if a project doesn't go forward. And we know, you were just referencing it, the balancing that tax burden and service ratios and investment in asset management and strategic infrastructure. We have both your government and our government have a very challenging job. And right now, there are literally millions of dollars of money across this province being wasted on plans that will not get built, designs that will not get built, and it's a disservice to Albertan taxpayers. And that money could be used more effectively to actually be subsidizing those in need, our vulnerable seniors or vulnerable Albertans who do require support. So it's an incredibly frustrating process. I know you're doing the review. RMA is engaging. I've had an opportunity to do some engagement, and I think there's certainly room for improvement. But I would implore you to really try and for your government to try and find a more effective way to steward those dollars. And if we could get just some data, if it's available, I think that would help us do some of that risk evaluation.
I don't know the answer to your question as to whether or not the data is available, but my assistant is here in the room and jotted that question down about whether or not, first of all, is the data available and how would that be applied to the community of Strathmore, and perhaps more challengingly, is my guess that if the data is available, it's available based upon the community in which the facility is located and may not be available in the area in which that facility services, but I can certainly ask the ministry to find out about that particular set, and if my suspicion about it not necessarily applying to the region, particularly because you have a kind of complex region, given the proximity to the city, given the amount of rural constituents that you service, all the way basically out to Drumheller, and individuals will make decisions based upon their own personal needs about Strathmore, Drumheller, or other smaller communities. So, but having said all that, I'm happy to try to access you that information from the ministry. And before I close, let me just say thank you very much. I know that governing is never easy. As a former municipal councillor, I appreciate and understand the cut and thrust of making difficult decisions, and also just appreciate and value constituents and community members who also get engaged or involved in whatever capacity that may be. And lastly, both to council and administration, thank you for your work you do, and to you, as I think all of you maybe have already come visit me at the legislature. But I'm always happy to host next time you're up. I had the chance to visit with some of you more recently at RMA. And those who are behind me and part of the gallery today, if you're ever in Edmonton and you'd like a tour of the legislature or otherwise, I'm happy to host. Just reach out to my office and let me know that you were here on this particular day and that I invited you, and we'll be happy to host you when you're up there as well. So thank you very much for all of your work and for having me today, and for lunch, and all the best in the rest of your deliberations.
Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your service to Alberta. We appreciate it. So we did have a request, and just being respectful of all of the folks in our gallery's time, we had a request to reschedule our agenda item 4.13 to following Speaker Cooper's visit to council chambers. So I'm going to turn it over to administration to present their report to start.
Yes, good afternoon, Council. Brian Henderson, the Chief Administrative Officer of Wheatland County, here to present the Wheatland Housing Management Body funding request. And that's located on page 156 of your agenda package and will be on the screen throughout the duration of the project. I'll be kind of flipping through different points in this presentation, so just please bear with me and please try to follow along. So the funding request from the WHMB administration came in on March 22nd, 2024, and that was requesting an advancement of funds for the design aspect of their project. So this the request itself can be found on page 158 of your agenda package, and the total funding request from the WHMB is $916,702. So I just want to kind of go through this report and kind of the aspect of what council passed in April of 2023, and that is the resolution that council passed in April. So maybe just a couple things to note, and I'll kind of go through this report just kind of as it's outlaid in this report as well. So the March 22nd funding request from the WHMB is labeled as a requisition. It's very important to note that this actually is not a requisition as per the legislative definition. So the legislative definition for a housing management body is under Section 7 of the Alberta Housing Act. And under the Alberta Housing Act, there's certain aspects that a housing board can requisition for. So that is the operating deficit from the previous year, which the WHMB is now doing correctly as of 2023. And also for that, they can also requisition for a reserve that's agreed to on the by the approval of all the municipalities that are being requisitioned. So that's found under the management body operation and administrative regulation, and that's under section 23.1 subsection 3. So that's kind of that point right there. So anything that falls outside of that the operating deficit as of right now, it can't be called a requisition. It needs to be called the funding request. And I know that the housing body or the Wheatland Housing Management Body has a meeting on Thursday, April 4th with the housing advisors. So hopefully that can kind of get them back on the right track, labeling their documents kind of correctly when they do come forward to the county for approval. So kind of back into this request. So my report is a little bit lacking, and the reason why is I did receive this on Friday. Administration was working on the budget and tax rate bylaw as well, and kind of just closing off the audit aspects of it. So I did put this in here, and I do have a little bit of additional information that I'm just going to present to council just verbally. So the request is to all participating municipalities, and it is 1.4 million. And the reason for that 1.4 and the way that the county is being requisitioned the way they are is kind of based on equalized assessment. And when I say requisition throughout this report, it should be called funding request. So Wheatland County did pass a motion in April of 2024, or sorry, in 2023, which is found on page 160 of your agenda package. And that kind of outlines all of the criteria that came along with that that approval from Wheatland County. So just to kind of go through the aspects of it, are that the total project was $52.7 million. The county's portion of that would be just under 4 million, the 3.9 million during the construction phase of that project. And then there was also aspects from the other municipalities. One unique contribution from the town of Strathmore is that they were to provide a mixture of monetary and non-monetary contributions. So this would be the land valuation, and I can't recall off the top of my head. I just didn't have enough time to look at it in previous presentations, but I believe it was around 1.4 million. So there's an aspect of land value and monetary donations. So that's one thing to note. And the 3 villages as well, they did also have a requirement that also comes under equalized assessment. So that's kind of where those other funding amounts from the villages come from. So kind of throughout the last like year and a half, there has been presentations from the WHMB consultants, and those throughout those presentations there was information that the council built into their resolution, and one of those was that there was going to be no additional operating or no increase or requirement of operational requisitions from the new lodge, as it was a enhanced revenue model that was coming from that lodge. There's another aspect that I'm going to get into a little bit as well that talked about the board and the Wheatland County Council will work towards a communication plan that conveys the mutual joint position on the project. And then it was contingent on the WHMB receiving that provincial grant that hasn't come through yet. I think they're still kind of waiting on an answer from the province on that one as well. The WHMB lobbying the province for support and resources on the proposed development, and then the full regional support of the one-time capital requisition. So there was a couple things that when I was doing this RFD, I just needed to kind of bring to council's attention, and this is just items that have kind of, I believe to administration at least, these remain unanswered. So one aspect of that previous motion that was included was the taking into consideration that land contribution from the town of Strathmore, and if there was any environmental remediation required on those lands. That's just one thing I haven't heard back from the board, and the board themselves or board members here may know, so maybe they can address that further. The operating requisition not increasing due to any strengthened revenue models, which would remove operational requisitions for the new lodge. I haven't seen any new updated numbers from the lodge, and I do know that those numbers change, frequently and from time to time. So that's something that just needs to kind of be, I think, fleshed out before council kind of does this. The council did explicitly say that the 3.9 million was going to be contributed during the construction phase of that project, not necessarily for the design. So that's just something to kind of take into consideration as well. And then that grant, I think I kind of mentioned that I think the status of that grant is still unknown, and that is on page 157.3 of the report. And then the establishment of that communication strategy between the WHMB board and the county council that conveys a mutual joint position on that project. So like over the last couple, I'd say the last 2-3 days, I kind of went through just the correspondence history between the board and or the WHMB administration and myself, and kind of just the board and kind of where that went. So just to kind of give council a timeline on that. So on April 18th, 2023, council passed that resolution, which has been attached to this report on page 160. On April 20th, Wheatland County administration, specifically me, provided an email to the WHMB kind of addressing the setbacks, the miscommunication, and trying to enhance collaborative efforts on this proposed build. On May 1st, the email from me was addressed at a special council meeting by the WHMB, which is held during an in-camera session. No motions arose from that in-camera session, so I'm not privy to kind of the discussions that were held there. On May 25th, there was a letter from the WHMB CAO inviting all municipal partners to attend an update on the proposed build. That meeting did happen between May 25th and June 21st. I could pull the date, or perhaps a board member may know. On June 21st, I did ask the WHMB for the draft communication that was going to be released on that build, because I did mention the intention of administration was to bring that to Wheatland County Council on July 4th, 2023, at the next scheduled council meeting, so that the Wheatland County Council could provide their input on the communication, kind of in line with that resolution for that convey a mutual joint position on the project. And then on June 26th, prior to that council meeting, the WHMB did release that communication on the proposed build, and council didn't have an opportunity to provide input on that communication by council resolution. That's, as council does know, that's the only way that council can act is by council resolution or by bylaw. So I think that concludes my presentation. So I can get into a little bit of the funding of the project. So kind of funding of that project, the proposed build, even if I'm just talking about the 3.9 million. So there's lots of avenues that a municipality can take to fund it. So it can be done through long-term debt. It can be done through unrestricted reserves. It can be funded through general taxation. So there's, we did talk about budget today, and I feel like we did talk quite a bit about just funding sources that can be kind of drawn on if projects were to go forward, and that's capital, operating, whatever project the council does feel like. I don't think I'm going to get back in depth for that for council. And I believe that is it. I don't know if there's any questions from council of administration on the report, but if there are, please let me know. Thank you.
Any questions for administration? Councillor Laprise.
I guess I have a question about process, maybe. I was going to bring forward a motion, but now just thinking about Minister Cooper's comments about an announcement, or not an announcement, but maybe a nod from the Minister of Seniors and Housing, or Seniors, Community and Social Services, that he might give us some better certainty about whether the Alberta portion would be forthcoming. I'm wondering if it's worthwhile to delay this until the next council meeting. Is there, or if I were to raise a motion and it was defeated, could we bring it? We couldn't bring it forward again in 2 weeks if we found out that we had. Yeah.
I think I'll confirm with the procedure bylaw. I think we can revisit a motion. Okay. I'll just check. Just give me one moment. I know we just looked at it this morning. So a member may attempt to revisit, so this is under 173, motions to reconsider under our procedure bylaw. A member may attempt to revisit a previous decision by moving a motion to reconsider a motion that was voted on previously in accordance with this bylaw. The caveat is the member moving a motion to reconsider must have voted on the prevailing side. So if the motion was lost, it would need to be brought back by somebody who was on the prevailing side of the original motion, except in the case of a motion defeated on a tie, in which case any member who voted for the original motion may move the motion to reconsider because you don't really have a majority.
Mhm.
And then there's provisions for in the same meeting. A motion to reconsider may only be moved at a subsequent meeting by way of notice of motion, which we referenced this morning.
Hmm. Could we take a 3-minute recess while I?
We could, or I have some comments if
Okay.
I typically try and let council have an opportunity first, but if there's no other questions or discussion, I go ahead, Deputy Reeve Blossom.
I have a question. It's not of admin, but possibly some of the members on the board. So our motion says that the province is at 7.14. I'm hearing that that has changed higher. So that's different. And then what does the WHMB have a position on what happens if there is no answer or if there is no funding? Is there a position on that? Just want to cover all the bases for the taxpayer so
Yeah.
everybody's aware. I've heard what was said at the Town of Strathmore meeting. Again, that's words, that's not writing. So I just prefer to hear for a basis of decision. If we're going to make that decision today, I need to know those answers.
So I guess I'll respond to the second part of your question. The Housing Board has been discussing other options, but nothing is, we don't have Plan B written down. I guess it's purely in discussion format at this point. We've not made a direct, we don't have direction to go a certain way if we don't fund it. In terms of the costs, yes, the costs have changed. Different portions of it. The municipal contribution has stayed largely the same. This is part of my motion would be to approve the funding and request that the board provides fulsome information. I just don't know whether politically it's the right time to make the motion if 2 weeks from now we find out that Minister Nixon has given us the nod that yes, we could expect to likely see any, but I've made a motion that's defeated and I can't re-raise it. That's we could continue to discuss it, but then I guess I'm not going to make a motion until I have a recess to contemplate that.
So I guess a further question being that Cooper was here talking about this and committed to getting a 3-week response, hopefully in writing. Is that critical to the board in that 3-week time? Is that something that can be waited? I'll be honest with you, if that is the commitment's there from the province, we have a motion to support it. This is a moot point. So, it's we need that money. That is taxpayers' money. There's has been collected from people from their income tax from the province of Alberta, and that part of their mandate is to provide this service. So I've always said, if they're there, we have a motion to do that. So I know there's a bunch of people in the room that want an answer today, but they've heard the same things we have, and that we had no idea this was coming. But I think it's great to hear and have that direction from one of the bigger financial partners in this. And if it's more than 7, which obvious sounds like it is, that is a big deal. And if it comes back to the municipalities on the same kind of formula to pay for that, that's a bigger burden than what's being asked. And then, what happens if down the road they think, well, you guys did it, so we don't have to give you operational funds. There's a domino effect to this, and then kind of pulling the lens back, I think about municipalities that don't have the funds. and they're doing this. Like, what are we setting up to do? If that's where my thought process is, and I thought I would explain that as much as I could to the public, because 3 weeks isn't a whole lot of time in this thing. If there is no answer, we're going to have a totally different conversation. But I mean, there's pressure here, and it would just be so much better if we had that answer. So I ask, is there to the members of the board, is that going to change in 3 weeks? Anything?
Councillor Kester, then Councillor Priest.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak, even though I'm not a member from Wheatland County on the board. I can tell you 2 weeks ago when we were up at RMA, I'd asked for a meeting with the minister on this very question. I talked to our MLA. He agreed. I've talked to MLA Chantel de Jong. She is actively trying to get us a meeting. Yes, it's absolutely contingent on the province granting us AHPP funding. Without it, we're dead in the water. We also heard up there from the minister's own mouth that he will not give any funding unless it's shovel ready. Ours is not shovel ready. We need some say 1.6, others say 1.4 million. The $1.4 million provides a Class A budget. There are some that argue it's still not shovel ready because you got no building permits and you've got no site prep. Do you really know what the dirt's like? Did you dig a hole in it, more or less? That's another 200,000. That's where we would get the 1.6 million. Okay, but to get the Class A design drawings is 1.4 million on top of roughly the 800,000 we've already spent on design drawings. That was the board's contribution. If you remember a year ago, was about 800,000. We're pretty close to that 800,000. We put in our request with what we had to HPP back in October, expecting an answer by Christmas time. We knew that wouldn't happen, so we waited till January. January's come and gone, and we still haven't heard. The province has come out and said they had $50 million in the pot to give out, and they had an ask for 500 million. The province has indicated they're going to increase it to close to $500 million in the next 2 years and continue on. They didn't say anything past the 2 years. So, but the budget has not passed, and we will not know who was successful last round until the budget is passed. But I'm pretty sure Wheatland County and the Lodge is not one of them. So moving forward, we have an MLA saying, are you sure you want to spend the money? Have you got approval? And then we have the Minister of Seniors saying, I'm not giving out any more money unless it's shovel ready. You all heard him. He said he's not going to give money out to any projects again where it sits there for a year and nobody spends the money when somebody else could have had it. That's his rationale. So hence, yes, the Housing Board really wants this meeting and clarify. And if we have to wait 5 years, I would be hard pressed to vote to continue on. Things change in 5 years. But if we have an opportunity next year, that's entirely different. And yeah, as soon as I get that information, I'll share it with the whole county, that's for sure. I also made a presentation to the town of Strathmore, and some of you have heard it and some of you have listened. And there's been talk out in the county that nobody knows what's going on. A lot of these reports that the housing body hears are in camera. They're money. We are in a negotiation phase. But what I can tell you is a year ago when the county agreed to this motion, that money to service the debt was $700,000 a year. And that number was arrived by taking an average, well, this lodge costs this much and this one, and we'll divide them by 2 and we'll get an average per square foot. And you got so many square feet, this is how much money you need. It was 53 million. So that's what your motion was based on. Class C or D budget. Right now, our Class B is in the final throes of being audited by Towner and Tonsit. They're within 1% or less of what we started with, looking for differences. In that process, the lodge has changed a lot. There's no more basement under it. There, it's maybe going to be precast. We found some efficiencies there. The province has come out and said they're going to fund lodges differently than supportive living. So everything's changed. Yes, the price of the lodge has gone up. CMHC, their indicative mortgage rate now I hear is 3.3, not 2.8. But the same sense, our budget has been tested to perform at 4.3%. 1% over the interest rate. So that ensures that there be no future requisitions for operating. This building should be self-sufficient, self-sustainable. The funding model has changed, and it's through doing assessments, I guess, of the people that live in the area, it is fully achievable. But having said that, there was a meeting that the county was invited to on March 14th that nobody in person from the county was there. I know the Reeve zoomed in, and there was a slideshow and there was talk. I wasn't at that meeting. But the important thing at that meeting was that the financing commitment is still stable at $700,000 for debt payment. I don't know what the final build number is. I don't know what the interest rate is. We're still working on it, but according to our financial guru, it is still $700,000. So the bottom line is still the same. It's achievable. Some other little things we've picked up, I'm going to ask the minister about when I get the chance, is how's our cash flow going to work? So the board put up the first 800,000. Now we need 1.4 million. And then we're going to need another 4 million to get to tender. We haven't even got a shovel in the ground yet. And I think, if I got it right, the Alberta government won't put any money towards the project until there's something built. So how are we going to get there? Those are questions we have to ask, and I have to find out the answers. I got other people phoning me and say they'll come and finance it, interim bridge financing, but that's interest and that costs more money. So there's a lot of questions not answered. We've got to go to the minister. But we're not going towards a Class A until we get a commitment from the municipalities. And we have some of those commitments done. Strathmore is for sure. Rocky Ford is done. I'm not sure about Standard. They're still waiting on their meeting. And Hazar, I don't see anybody here. No, so I don't know how those two municipalities are, but it would be nice to have those committed, saying yes. And you can put a condition on favorable outcome with a talk with the minister. But how can anybody proceed without the top contributor not contributing? So, yeah, but it's important to know sooner than later. So we got our application in for the next round. We don't know when the next round, it started out in April, probably not in April anymore. I even finished the last one. So we're trying to hit a moving target, which we have no control on. But there are ways to make a motion and guarantee us the money to move forward, as long as we have the cooperation of the province. I think that's easily done, and everybody could understand that. But as far as financing it and moving forward, nothing has changed as far as the bottom dollar. I don't know, did I miss anything, or
Yeah, I'll
you'll finish
can
it?
I add a couple things, or do you want to go?
We'll go Councillor Priest and then Councillor Larson. Okay, Councillor Larson.
So there's just a couple other things that we need to make everybody aware of. Part of the reason that we're trying to get to a Class A budget is because if we can get to a Class A budget, that's what Minister Nixon would consider to be shovel ready. But there's some other advantages too. We've already spent a significant amount of money. If we get to Class A, then we've taken care of a few changes that could escalate costs in the future. Once we get that and get development permit things, then we only have to abide by the codes that are in place at the time we do that. If the codes change in 6 months or a year or whatever, we're only bound by those codes. So it reduces escalating costs to do it. And if, for example, that the province said, well, you're not going to get the funding now, but you'll get it in 1 year up to 2 years. If we get to a Class A budget, then we can shelve the project if we don't have the funding and pick it up off the shelf without spending a whole bunch more money and start again. If we stop now, then we'll lose some of that stuff. We have the potential to spend a whole bunch more money getting back to a Class A budget because things will have changed so much. So there's one thing. CAO Henderson mentioned about the donation of non-monetary contributions, taking into consideration any environmental mediation required, factored into the market valuations of the lands for the project. I don't see anyone here from the town of Strathmore. The town of Strathmore has told the board that they are going to be financially responsible for any environmental cleanup that needs to be done on that site. It will not fall to the Wheatland Housing Management Body nor any of the other municipalities. It's their land, it's their problem, is the exact words that we were given for that. So that answers that question. And I think that's about all that we needed to add to that.
Thank you, Councillor Larson. Councillor Laprise.
So I was thinking about Deputy Reeve Clausen's comment about if my motion should fail, we do still have the other motion that if Minister Nixon says yes, actually, well, if we got commitment, then we would fund the $3.9 million that we had agreed to theoretically. So I think I'm going to make my motion and we can debate it after that.
Just before you make, I've got a question, like, how long does it take to put a Class A budget together?
2 months from
So,
where we are today,
okay,
because the team is together.
It's on.
It's on. I just got to get closer. The team is there. The consultants are hired. They can do the work. If the team dissolves and we have to start where we are today in 2 years and hire a new team, there'd be questions on how did we secure it? Did we go back to open bid if we can't get the same ones? I don't know, Tom.
question I'm asking is that if we could get a guarantee from the province, whenever that happens, and that guarantee is, they say, yeah, you've got the deal, and it happens in anytime after August, you can't get into the ground until spring. So you've got 7, 8 months. I mean, you've got a huge opportunity here to save a whole bunch of money, to keep people from putting, I just don't want to see this. I want to know from the province what our chances are of getting funding. And that's bottom line. It's my fiduciary responsibility sitting in this chair not to waste any of taxpayers' money. And I don't think waiting, even if it takes it's all, I think if it's a 2-month process, I think it's doable. So I would really like to see something coming from the province. They should be able to guarantee something. And the fact that this is what has to happen in order to get into the ballgame, sort of pay to play kind of thing, that's a shame on the government. There's got to be an easier way to do this than putting everybody through all this. $2.2 million just to get a shot. I mean, that's just not right. And that's not on us. It's not on anybody in the room. That's on the province. They've decided that this is the way they want to make the rules, and they're wrong. We have to lobby on that behalf. I know I talked to 3 or 4 different ministers at RMA saying how wrong it is that you have to have this kind of, like it doesn't take that long to get a project into the ground. Like, as long as you've got the funding, all you have to do is have the funding. So I would really, really want the government to step up and tell us that this is a go.
Councillor Bigger.
Doesn't it not say in this motion that you have our backing with provincial approval? So I don't even know if we need another motion. If you're trying to prove to them that, yeah, we have the support, we have the backing, on the fact that if you become a partner, if the province becomes a partner, you have the backing of Wheatland County for $4 million. Would that not prove it enough to get to the next level? Oh, just so that then you go forward with your Class C at that point, which could be 3 to 4 weeks.
That motion was made at the time when the Alberta infrastructure required a Class C budget. We're past that now. We got a Class B to go CMHC. And last couple of weeks ago, the minister said he wants a Class A. It's a moving target. I agree with Tom. I wholeheartedly agree with him that we have to spend a couple $1 million to get in the game. But we're in competition with everybody else that's put in the money. If the minister is true to his word and we don't get a Class A, we're not going to get approved. And the money we've got invested in time is gone. It's a definite gone. So we're going to continue to play the game. That's the only game in town.
So I do feel like I do have a number of questions, but I also heard Councillor Laprise say she had a potential motion. Would you rather hear more discussion or questions, or would you like to table a motion?
I guess I'd rather hear the questions.
Okay. I have a number of questions. Go ahead and then I'll go.
Great discussion, and I think it needs to be had. And I'm appreciative that the public is here. Your last comment there about the money, where you work so hard and the money goes away is where I have a concern. Because I do want to spend taxpayers' money in a way that moves something forward. For me to hear that there's a possibility of getting something in writing within 3 weeks to a month. I'm going to say a month because this is government, and we have a council meeting two Tuesdays from now. Might be a little too early to have it, but I'd be willing to sit at a special council meeting for this if it came forward. Because in that time, if you have a go or no go from the province, our conversations are going to be totally different. Because you just said yourself, you don't, and the board, I'm sure, doesn't want to waste their time and money and effort if there's nothing. How are we going to move forward? 3 weeks isn't a whole lot of time. To me, shovel ready, because sitting in this chair as a development person on MPC, I know that permits take a long time to go through. It doesn't matter if it's a municipality do it themselves. Strathmore, we hold ourselves probably higher accountable to projects within our own than we do to some local development sometimes. So the permits are part of being shovel ready. Not acknowledging that is not fair, really, because permits do take time. There could be wetlands things, there could be stormwater things, there could be all that kind of stuff, studies that need to be done. And we, like I said, our municipalities hold ourselves to the same account as everybody else. That can't be waived. It has to be done. So I think 3 weeks isn't a whole lot of time. I'll say to the end of April, and I would, if the money's there from the province and they have a part on the list, or say you're go ahead, we've got a motion to support that right now. If it says it's not going to happen, then we have to have a different conversation. And I don't know, and if the taxpayers, if the intent of the board is to try to get the municipalities to fund it, that's a whole different conversation. And yes, I recognize you're talking about the interest rates and things like that, but also that is the payback of a mortgage versus 30 years to 50 years. So that's also a conversation that the public needs to be aware of, because that spreads the debt out over a longer period of time. You're paying more in interest, just like you're buying a house. Like you can make that decision. I want to have my mortgage payment at $500. I want to have my mortgage payment at $3,000, whether or not you own it in 30 years. Like those are the things that I want to be able to explain to the public. We've discussed this. I'm confident in this, and it's not. And I really want to keep the province held to task about what MLA Cooper, and he is the Speaker of the House, so I do believe he has pull, and he knows the pressure. He's seen it. He's witnessed it and felt it today. So I would really like to wait. I would hate to defeat a motion today and have it hold anything up, because we do have a motion here that's already been approved that would answer if they said yes, that's got you're good to go, you're good to go. So
I just have some comments, and then we can go back to Councillor Custer, Councillor Priest, if she has a motion. It's going to sound like I'm copying Speaker Cooper, but I think he read my notes this morning. Good governance is hard work. For many people, it's boring and mundane. It involves a lot of research and a tremendous amount of reading. It relies on committed elected officials and a strong administration that provides trustworthy and comprehensive information to those elected officials. It relies on diverse leaders engaging in debate in council, which challenges biases and preconceived positions. It depends upon the consideration of multiple perspectives. The hard decisions always involve balancing competing principles. Being an elected leader is an honor and comes with heavy responsibility, which I don't ever take lightly. I'm grateful to serve Wheatland County, but some days it's hell. For me lately, it's been having my and some colleagues' character smeared, ridiculous lies spread, frustration watching the public be misinformed and deliberately misled, threats of a recall petition, and individuals already working against some of us for an election that's over a year down the road, while having my leadership recently compared to Hitler. It's been almost unfathomable to me how some of our council has been villainized for simply asking questions. This entire process surrounding the Wheatland Housing Management Body's pursuit of a new lodge has been challenging. My frustration goes back to some of my first days on the WHMB board. I was treated with contempt for asking questions, to the point I was shouted at in a meeting and threatened by a fellow board member. The frustration has been constant. My position and our council's position has been misrepresented by individuals who have no authority to communicate council's position, and certainly not to misrepresent council's position. I'm furious a councillor on our council created a situation last year that led to public outrage by unilaterally directing the request for a letter of support from our council be withdrawn, and then proceed to attend multiple meetings across our county hosted by the Wheatland Housing Management Body and the Wheatland and Area Hospice Society boards, where they then led the public to believe our council did not support a new lodge or our seniors. This was deliberately deceitful, given the fact that we had not yet had an opportunity to debate the matter or establish a council position. We were set up. And I have very thick skin, but this has certainly affected myself and colleagues, to the point that 4 of us were contemplating resignation. Further, council's access to information has been limited by the board's repeated lack of transparency. Where are the building committee meeting minutes, reports of work done? There's been zero accountability to the public. I will acknowledge that I've been wrong. My biggest regret is the lack of public communication on this and several other matters. I was committed to taking the high road. My reasoning for not being public was prioritizing public trust in local boards and local municipal councils, and trying to maintain the dignity of colleagues. However, we've let lies go unchallenged too long, and for that, I genuinely apologize. I can't stay silent when people are spreading misinformation. It's time to set this record straight. It's going to be a challenge, but we're committed to communicating more effectively and engaging with our public. I denounce any rude correspondence and encourage civility and respect, alongside the passionate sharing of positions. I am grateful to everyone who gets involved in politics. I'm thankful for those who hold me accountable for the decisions I make. That's what will keep elected officials honest and will be the only way we create prosperous communities, sorry. I'm definitely hearing contradiction between what's being stated here in terms of the board's plans if there isn't provincial support and what I heard in the town of Strathmore recording of their meeting that I listened. I'm hearing today that we're dead in the water. In that meeting, I heard that there would be a request to the municipalities to pony up more money to fund the required equity financing that CMHC would require. The provincial budget did pass last Friday, and my understanding is the last round of HPP funding was in the previous budget and wasn't contingent on that anyway. I appreciate the comment around the timeline. I do think that's an important consideration. I also think we have to recognize that there is varying degrees of shovel readiness. And when I was researching this, there's certainly substantial discussion in terms of which types of budgets are required to be shovel ready and exactly what stage you would be at. I do want to clarify because I believe the minister is being misrepresented. He indicated that there had been a project that had taken 8 years from the time that the funding had been awarded to when it was constructed. That's what I recall from the conference. And so I think we just need to keep that in mind, that this project has moved, as was just referenced, much closer to shovel readiness than we had even anticipated, because I believe when I go through the previous timelines, it had been anticipated that we would move to a Class B budget following the HPP announcement in preparation for the CMHC application. I do have a number of specific questions about the proposal. I'll go through all of them, and then we can go through them one at a time. I'd like a list of all of the assumptions for the financial modeling. It's critical for the board to know this and understand it in depth, and I would just like to have that certainty that the board is aware of all of the assumptions that went into the modeling and can communicate that to our council. I want to know the amortization rate, and I've heard a couple of different things depending on what meeting I'm in that the modeling is based on, or the amortization period, sorry, and the interest rate. I also would like detailed information on the data sources. What geographic area is captured in the population projections? Are all existing and committed facilities considered? Is the same geographic area being used for hospice need modeling? I didn't see Manners listed on any of the recent models presented to municipalities in the region, nor did I see Shasta, the Cara Foundation, or the new development in Chestermere. I'd like to see some examples of the mixed model pricing that are currently operating and generating a surplus in rural Alberta. I think it's important that if the modeling is demonstrating that there will be a $100,000 surplus, that we know that that's actually happening in reality somewhere in Alberta. I understand that there's an assumption that that both lodges, the new proposed lodge and the current existing lodge, would be at full capacity. What does the modeling predict if it doesn't fill? Have multiple scenarios been run? And if so, why is that data not being provided? I also referenced some concerns that have been expressed around the wait list and that's more of an interest list. We just had an associate whose family member had been on the waiting list for 2 years, but had only just last week or 2 weeks, within the last couple of weeks, actually was ready to move into the lodge, and within about a week was able to get a room. What if preferences regarding living in congregate care have changed? I've spoken with ratepayers who will do anything to avoid congregate care. They acknowledge they or family members may need to live in congregate care when they're no longer independent, and care needs exceed caregiver capacity. But the lodge is not intended for that level of care. Lodges are for functionally independent individuals. When emotions were being exploited at the community meetings last year, there was no attempt to correct people when they were sharing heartbreaking stories of family members needing to leave our community for higher levels of care. Our community needs to clearly understand what a lodge is in relation to the needs that they are sharing. What percentage of the current residents of the lodge would be better served with a higher level of care, such as what will be potentially available at Shasta? I'm grateful that Shasta is committing to adding capacity to meet those escalating needs and the need for hospice care in our community. Their timeline is exciting and provides hope that we'll see this become a reality. We need more specific demographic projections that consider the current landscape of care options and how they align with needs. Now let's assume there will be a demand for the lodge. It's concerning to me that WHMB has not analyzed the relative need of the proposed project to the need across Alberta. This should be a part of the WHMB due diligence, particularly when analyzing risk for this current significant expenditure. While the board chair has repeatedly indicated the AHPP grant is a beauty contest, which I think is an appalling way to describe our provincial government's decision-making in such a complex need, given finite financial resources, I have to believe our provincial government will be allocating tax dollars where the need is greatest. I'd like a clear explanation of the ratio in rooms and pricing models presented to the public. Specifically, how many rooms at each price point and the number of LAP grant eligible rooms. How does this compare to the current lodge price modeling? And are all beds in the current lodge LAP grant eligible? Now, this has been presented to our council, but it has not been clearly communicated to the public. Why has the board not been transparent about this with the public? If this moves forward, I would ask our administration to include a clear and accurate explanation of what the LAP grant is as part of our public communication strategy to make up for the gap in communications by the WHMB. What are the projected costs if some existing residents move from the existing lodge to the new lodge? The presentation to our municipalities referenced a scenario where the existing lodge is mostly empty. And I can see this being possible between availability of higher level care and a new lodge. What happens then? And are we considering that not all residents in the existing lodge could afford the new lodge? I understand the existing lodge recently had an evaluation that showed it sound for another estimated 20 years. Is that report available and can it be made public? I want to ensure that the public is aware of the plan to operate 2 lodges in the town of Strathmore. And I understand that there was a plan to dispose of the existing lodge or do something with it if there was not full capacity. Why would we dispose of an asset the taxpayers have already invested in when it has a useful life of 20 more years? What will happen to those folks who don't get into the 12 LAP grant eligible beds in the proposed lodge? There are very real financial realities we need to understand, as well as impacts to real people, seniors who built our community. Using Alberta averages, it might even be possible for the private sector to offer at lower cost than 90% average market. Have we analyzed the greater than $50 million of taxpayer dollars, whether it's federal, provincial, municipal, for the capital investment in terms of ROI for the number and percentage of below market value rooms? Now let's move to the very real possibility that WHMB is not the highest priority for affordable housing in Alberta. I was shocked recently to find out, it was probably about 6 months or a year ago, that Airdrie just opened its first lodge this fall, and it has a population of 80,000 people. Can we have a copy of the financial analysis for the scenario that the board chair outlined where the municipalities would pony up more money to meet the CMHC equity requirements? If that is Plan B, it's important our ratepayers understand the potential impacts of that contingency plan as we evaluate putting another $900,000 of Wheatland County taxpayers' dollars at risk. Again, this is an important part of the risk analysis and understanding long-term implications of decisions. There's also an inconsistency in the letter requesting the advancing of funds that we received today. It's indicating that they're moving to a Class A budget. The presentation that was provided to us last Wednesday or Thursday evening, throughout that presentation, it indicates on slide 20, for example, that the project is at the current stage gate as planned to it, and then it references to advance from a stage C level budget and drawings to a Class B level budget, and drawings an estimated $1.4 million is required to support cash flow requirements. So there's some inconsistencies there. Again, looking at the risk reward analysis, and I'm glad Councillor Laurison raised it, of paying for a Class A, or if it's a Class B budget now, I trust it's a Class A, but there must have been errors in the presentation from the consultants. There's been a reference to the code. There's an argument that has been made that finalizing the design now would avoid potential code changes in, I believe I heard, the next 2 years. If those code changes are based on best practices for mitigating risk, whether it's from infectious disease or fire, and the infectious disease could avoid the most harsh lockdown policies, wouldn't we want to wait and implement those code changes, even if it meant an increased cost for our seniors? Finally, I want to emphasize that affordable housing is not part of municipal jurisdiction. It's a provincial and federal responsibility, and considering undertaking this project would be a disservice, as Deputy Reeve Clausen referenced, to other municipalities that may not have the debt servicing limit or debt capacity limit that Wheatland County and the town of Strathmore and the villages have. It would also be a voluntary download, which we frequently advocate against. We need to focus our tax dollars on our existing responsibilities, which include critical infrastructure that keeps Alberta running, such as roads and bridges. When considering the impact on taxation, we need to be cognizant of cumulative impacts. It's not necessarily the impact of one single decision, and not just the cumulative impact of municipal property tax. We need to keep that in perspective of the total tax burden on Albertans and overall affordability. It's easy for some to minimize the impact of tax increases. The tax burden in Canada continues to increase, and for many families, affordability is impacting the nourishment of kids. It's no longer cost of living in Canada, it's now cost of surviving. On a matter that our CAO already referenced, the WHMB has not made a good faith effort to meet the communication conditions on our previous resolution. At a board discussion I witnessed, the board doubled down on board autonomy and made no effort to reach out to our municipality and correct some of the misinformation that had been presented to the public. I've also just been asked to request evidence that the application was submitted in full and on time to the province for the HPP grant. And I do understand that the initial tranche of that program, the Lodge Board had not applied for that funding. I have several other issues I could get into around trust issues regarding the veracity of information presented from the board, but I feel like I have said enough. Thank you. Councillor Kester.
To Saat's question, we'll start there. It's a 50-year amortization. That was what was agreed to a year ago. I don't know what it's going to end up, the conditions of the mortgage. It's no different than buying a house. You don't get the mortgage, then go look for the house. You get approval for the mortgage. When you get the house, you go and sign the conditions. You'll find out what the interest rate is then, no different with CMHC.
So just for clarification, I completely recognize that about the final CMHC agreement. I'm asking about the assumptions that are being used on the modeling. So if it's 50 years, that's great. So you would, like, we should know what was used in the modeling that's been presented.
Yeah, that was a year ago, 50 years, 2.85%. The important figure was 700,000 debt servicing over 50 years. It hasn't changed.
So for me, that number is not the only important number. It's all of the assumptions that go into it, because we're sitting here looking at a current lodge that's 60 years old. I can't imagine that we would look at an amortization period of longer than 50 years, but I have concerns even with the 50-year amortization. But the end number is not the only critical number. It's critical that everybody weighing in on this decision understand all of the assumptions that are going into that number being presented by a consultant.
I'll reiterate, the 50 years is not a target. It is a goal. And if we can lower it, we're striving hard to do that. But I don't know what it's going to look like until it's done. If we don't get this interim funding and the price goes up for the Class A, well, that's what it is. I don't have a crystal globe. I can't see into the future. And to Tom's thing, we have no basement. If we can do some initial excavation yet this year, we can start, if they've got a decent winter, we can go ahead with the precast systems. It's a precast floor. All we have to do is get pilings in it, depending on what we do for pilings. I'm not an engineer, but If we get the initial excavations done, we can have a better idea of what we need. And again, that's part of the 1.6 million. Get the building permits and some initial excavations done.
But you would never, ever start a construction project without having the contractor chosen, him being the tender and all that kind of stuff, because you can't change. You can't change in between. The guy that's responsible for the footings has to be the guy that's responsible for putting the roof on the place. You have to have one contractor. In my
So we
opinion.
have a construction manager hired, and they've entered into a relationship with Eagle Builders, precasting, and the building has been re-engineered to be a tendering process to go through for tendering, but it would be engineered for that precast system. There isn't much variation. You can't change. You got to get the engineer's report and put the pilings on. I'm not that builder, but it's.
But how would you know that the guy's giving you a proper price? If I just go off
Go
of
to
this,
tender and we get the price.
but you have to have finished prints in order to go to tender.
It's exactly what we want.
But you told me that to get finished prints, you just said that it would cost another $4 million.
No, I said 1.4. To go to tender and do the tendering process is another 4.
Okay.
To get
So
them
I'm just gonna run some numbers here because that's all I can do when I'm in construction.
Okay,
I got the $1.4 million to do this Class A deal. If I were to take and decide that the average wage for everybody that's going to work on this project gets paid $250 an hour, and they work 8 hours a day, 5 days a week for 8 weeks, that comes out to $80,000 per one person. If I take that $80,000, divide that into the 1.4 people, that's 17 and a half workers that are getting paid $250 an hour. Like, how can I sign off on that? Those numbers are ridiculous. Like, how do I sign off on that? How do I say that's a good idea? But I have to, because I have to take your word for it because you say it is. I just look at the numbers and $250 an hour for 17 people working on this doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know if we're talking engineers to do the design drawings. This isn't labor. This is design drawings. It's all engineered drawing architects. Yes, they do charge that much. And it's gone to tender. We have tender documents from these outfits. That's what the cash flow is to get the Class A budget. Right now, we have a schematic, and this is what it's going to look like. We got to get the HVAC systems in. Requirement of the building, of the housing board, was to have 8 zones, 10 zones in there in case there is a lockdown. We can section off a section of a floor and leave the rest of the lodge alone. That's kind of design detail we need to make this building functional. Okay? That's all I can tell you. We had a meeting for the municipalities on March 14th when the M3 was there and the architects were there and Derek Wise was there and nobody showed. Nobody, it wasn't one question from Wheatland County. If anybody wants to, you can go to the March 12th meeting and listen to why there was nobody there. Okay, I'll answer some other questions. Amber, building committee minutes. Building committee minutes are part of the regular meeting minutes. The vast majority of the building committee minutes is in camera. There is no minutes. They're all in camera.
Which is it, Councillor Castor, the minutes are part of the regular board minutes, or there are
If
no
there's
minutes?
anything from about the building committee minutes, it would be part of the board meeting minutes because it's held on the same night. But the building committee minutes that go through the month are presented at every board meeting, and they're all in camera, dealing with sensitive information. You made a comment that you heard in the meeting that if the lodge doesn't get funded by Alberta, that we're going to ask municipality to step up. There is no board direction on next steps of what if. There are individual people making comments, but there is no board direction.
You made the comment as the board chair to the Town of Strathmore Council.
I said that is an option, but we have no board direction.
Well, it certainly sounded like,
There was no study if there's 20 years left in the current lodge. The current board is hoping to get 20 years out of it. We done a current evaluation of the lodge and it come back at $9 million. That's part of the process of applying for the grant. Again, it's unfortunate that these questions weren't brought up at the March 14th meeting when there was experts there to answer them. I'm trying to move forward with the new lodge. Trying to get a meeting with the minister. When that happens, we'll have some better direction and I'll convey it to the county. If you have problems with last year, let's try and avoid them and move ahead as a cohesive group.
you just basically told us this morning that one of the challenges we ran into at the community meetings that were jointly put on by the Housing Board and the Hospice Society, that we can fully anticipate that again, because we didn't cave to the pressure to approve a letter of support for the hospice this morning. And you said you would be left with no other choice but to simply answer the question yes or no, rather than giving a comprehensive answer and supporting your council in their direction for our administration to bring us back further information. You're setting us up again, and we all know it. Laugh away. Yeah, and you guys are buying it. Hook, line, and sinker. It's hilarious to waste tax dollars, truly hilarious for people that are trying to feed their kids. Maybe that's not your reality. That is the reality of people in this county. I'm grateful you're so privileged it's not your issue. It is for people I represent.
Could administration get a 5-minute recess?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We'll call the meeting back to order. Councillor Laprise.
I would like to make my motion. So I have heard from ratepayers in Wheatland County that they want to see a new lodge building, and I want to see it built too. But what I also hear from you and from others, ratepayers in the community, they do want to know the cost of the project. So initially in February 2023, Derek Weiss attended County Council to present the financial summary of the project at that time. And he reported that there would be a $40 million CMHC loan, a $7 million AHPP grant, $6 million from municipal contributions for a total cost of $53 million, roughly. At that time, I did my own little spreadsheet analysis of the numbers, and I could not see how it worked out to a $700,000 requisition. So at the April 20th housing meeting last year, I requested that the board ask Derek Weiss to provide financial analysis to clearly show how that requisition was calculated. And he did that. So we received a very detailed spreadsheet that showed exactly how the revenue, the expenses, projected revenue and expenses, and our municipal portion of $700,000 would work towards. There's also another financial consideration, a DCR, debt contribution ratio, which is required for the CMHC loan. So When we looked at that spreadsheet though, I noticed that there were some mistakes in it. And that the spreadsheet showed not 39 million, but 28 million from CMHC. So in June, we had another meeting, we discussed the numbers, and I found that the HPP grant went from 7 million to 14 million. I think they did this because they realized in creating their pro forma in May that their February numbers were wrong. The numbers wouldn't support a $700,000 requisition. It would instead be more like $1 million. And I think they had to increase the AHPP grant to make the requisition work. So I have been asking the building committee to start to communicate the costs of the project to the public, but unfortunately they won't even provide the numbers to the board. I recently asked our board chair for updated costs for the total project in anticipation of this meeting. I wanted to know the total project cost, the AHP amount, the CMHC amount, and I was told he doesn't have those numbers. They keep changing. He won't know them until the project goes to tender. I'm a member of the housing board and I don't know for sure what the numbers are today. The board chairman says he doesn't know the numbers. So I don't think ratepayers need to know all the details of the project finances, but I do think that board members should know. And I think the public should understand exactly what their own contributions on their tax bills will be in the future. So my motion is, I move that Wheatland County approve $916,702 to Wheatland Housing Management Body as a portion of the $3,985,914 approved by Council on April 18, 2023, to be used towards the development of a Class A budget and construction documents to bring the project to shovel-ready status, contingent on a letter indicating ministerial support for the project, that Wheatland Housing Management Body requests Derek Weiss to update the financial pro forma from May 2023 and provide it to all Wheatland Housing Management Board members. Further, that the Wheatland Housing Management Body requests quarterly updates of this analysis as the project progresses and costs change, as they do. And further, that Wheatland Housing Management Body provide to all municipal partners each time the analysis is redone, the high-level information of what is the total project cost and what is the AHPP portion. With this information, municipalities could fact-check the tax implications being proposed and could communicate exactly what ratepayers can expect to see on their tax bills.
Does Shanna have your motion?
I can.
If you could email it, that would be great. Councillor Kester.
I don't know how to answer some of that, but I want to remind Councillor Laprise But a lot of the information she is asking for is in camera from the building committee. It's in camera. I can't give it to you outside of being in camera in a formal meeting.
So, yeah.
Just remember your fiduciary duty.
So if that is secret, does any of this work then? If I can't get those answers? I agree with your motion if I can have those answers, because I have to know what this thing's going to cost. You don't build something unless you know what the final cost is going to be. So if we can't get those answers, then is this motion not moot?
How do we get the answers if we don't do a proper budget?
You can bring
When
the
the
pro
Class
forma
A
that
budget
you're,
is done, it can become public. But until it's done, it's not.
your Class B
That's on
budget,
advice from our project managers.
your Class B budget should be plus or minus 2% of your Class A budget. We're talking nominal increased detail in your Class A budget from my very cursory, not a subject matter expertise.
Right now, our Class B is within 2% of our Class C, and they're looking to narrow that gap. We won't know how close it is until we get the Class A done. There's different parameters, different consultants. Right now, they're just phoning up their friends and saying, what would the cost to put in a furnace? Class A is actually going out to the contractor and holding them to a quote. It's different. The level of detail is immensely different. That gives you confidence when you go out to tender what it should cost and if you should accept the tenders. So when the Class A is done, there'll be another meeting with the project managers, architects, consultants. The county will be invited, and I hope you show up this time and ask your questions. Sorry for being brutally honest, but I'm not a fortune teller.
Councillor Laprise and then Councillor Laverson.
And so I appreciate that. I do. But we're not asking for the details of whether it costs 20,000 to put a furnace in or 50,000. These are high level numbers that everybody can appreciate, that when you're working through this process, they will change slightly. But I don't think that it should change to such a material effect that it would be, unrecognizable from one to the other.
Councillor Laverson.
So I appreciate a lot of the questions. When you're dealing with a project of this size, and Keith Clayton and I have both been on projects of multi-million-dollar size and scope, you have to remember that this is a competition for the tenders. And if we put all of our cards on the table in order to get this out to tender, we know exactly what we get, because that's what the people that are going to bid on the project are going to bid, because they know if we show our hand, it's like playing poker. If you show your hand to the other person knows exactly how much to bet. That's the kind of thing that we're sitting right here, is we have to keep this information quiet for now. And then once we've got the Class A budget, and we have a construction management firm already that's doing this, they're going to get everything ready. They'll address every question Councillor Eichert asked. And when we get all of that done and we're at a Class A budget, that all of that information will become completely open and transparent.
So question, what does the lodge do if this money doesn't, if we don't, what are you guys going to do if we say, no, we're not going to do this? We want ministerial support and you don't get ministerial support.
We'll continue running our present day lodge best we can. And eventually, the future is in the hands of the board. What else can you do if you can't build a new one? Like, what are you asking? We've been running that for 60 years, the board, collectively. If you can't build a new one, you can't replace it. That's what we got for our seniors coming up. That's what we got. The board has no money. The board can't raise money. What do you expect?
Councillor Larson, or sorry, Councillor Priest, my apologies.
I just want to point out that what this resolution is asking for is that Derek Weiss provide more information to Wheatland Housing Management Body board members, and that all the information that would come back to municipality is the total project cost and the AHPP portion. Like, I don't, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think that would jeopardize your bidding process. And I can't believe that a municipality wouldn't need to know that going ahead at this point.
So I won't be supporting the motion. I do support some of the spirit of the motion. I think it's prudent to request some of the information that the motion is requesting. I would like answers to my questions. It was a bit of a jab, Councillor Kester, about not attending in person. I fully participated in the meeting online, as you have for multiple council meetings when you've had to for different reasons, personal reasons. I was grateful for the opportunity to participate remotely. We have an upcoming meeting that the Housing Board scheduled for the mayors and myself to attend in person. There was zero communication regarding the date ahead of time. Deputy Reeve Clausen and I already had a commitment to a long-standing event that's occurring that same night. I was actually already double booked that night. I was supposed to be chairing a meeting and attending the event that I'll be at. So, and we have asked administration to attend in our absence, but we do our level best to attend any engagement that or meeting that is occurring with Housing Board. But there has never been any communication in terms of checking availability or that type of thing, which often does occur when scheduling meetings with mayors and reeves, at least in my experience with other bodies. But we absolutely always make our best effort to attend. A lot of these questions, I have to review what's presented during the meeting, and then I formulate questions after that. Some of the information that Councillor Laprise has shared, that is the first time that that has come to this council. That's frustrating for me. We have 2 councillors who sit as representatives on that board, and I would have anticipated that information of that significance would have come to this council. It's extremely concerning to me. Some of the pushing to just trust that it's just going to be $700,000 is concerning to me when there's clearly not an in-depth understanding of the assumptions going into that modeling. There's a tremendous gap in information that's being provided and inconsistencies in communications from the board. And so unfortunately, I will not be able to support the motion. I am open to supporting the motion. After 2 things have occurred, we also, for full disclosure to the folks here today, we also did approve a letter to go to the minister regarding some concerns around a governance review that was performed for the Wheatland Housing Management Body. And there have been ongoing substantive concerns with the governance of that body for my entire time on council. And those need to be addressed. There is some concern around the capacity of the board to oversee a project of this scale. I recognize a number of consultants have been hired. A tremendous amount of money is already being spent on a project by a board that has done no analysis in terms of relative need in the province. And all of this is extremely concerning for me. We do have a fiduciary responsibility around this table, and at this time, I cannot support the motion for multiple reasons. That's my own personal perspective. I would hope that the board would revisit their complete avoidance of correcting misinformation that has been presented to the public and revisit our request for a collaborative communication strategy. I think we're over a year out from when it was essentially just ignored. I would hope that some stronger, more detailed information would come forward to the board. And I absolutely appreciate our council representation on the board. I know how challenging it is. I occasionally observe meetings and I observe the heat that you take when you ask questions or when you are seeking information. I see the liability you expose yourself to, on a number of fronts. That's to be addressed for another day. There is substantial county resources already being expended in terms of per diems. I had a ratepayer provide Councillor Laurison's June 2023 timesheet to me several months ago. There was $1,204 in per diems and $800 in mileage for $2,000 for 7 Wheatland Housing Management Body meetings attended in that 1 month. In contradicting what Councillor Kester said, Housing Board Building Committee meetings are not always on the night of the Housing Board meeting. They occur frequently 2, 3, 4 times a month. And the only answer we get is that they're in closed session. Anyways, I don't need to reiterate what I have already said. I will not be supporting the motion, but I do support further information and engagement.
I'm just, in regards to the motion, as sort of as a friendly amendment, the first part, a letter indicating ministerial support to the tune of $14 million, because that's what it would have to be. Because I don't want to go through this whole headache of saying ministerial support and they come up with $2 million and we need, and everything's on 14. Would you put $14 million in at that point?
I'd agree to do that.
And if you do that, I will support this motion.
I actually will acknowledge that given that amendment, I am considering also supporting the motion. But I would also, if we could, I don't know if you would consider an amendment, or I can move an amendment to also have all of the questions that were asked today, answers provided to council prior to, like, the approval would be contingent on answers to all of those questions.
I'd rather you did that as an amendment.
I can move an amending motion to include a requirement for all questions that were asked during council today, and I'll put a caveat on it, that are not confidential information, that answers be provided to all of the councils that are requisitioned by Wheatland Housing Management Body Board. So we all have the same information. I'll give Shanna a minute.
So I guess the reason why I'm hesitant to support that is just because a lot of those things you're asking for is going to take some time to do.
It should all be done already. Like, the assumptions there are assumptions built into that model.
Some would, yes, be done. Others, maybe not. In terms of examples of mixed modeling in operation, modeling full capacity of both lodges, finding out a preference for congregate care. I mean, these are bigger studies that I don't know. Yeah. I appreciate your, like, I would agree with most of these things that more information is good information. I just, the timing of this, if we find out from Minister Nixon in 2 or 3 weeks or whatever that he's giving us the nod, then we should be able to go ahead right away after that. But with these other suggestions, like, to me, this looks like months worth of work, but I don't know.
So I would be willing to work on refining some of the questions. I completely acknowledge, like, the point around, and I guess the question around preference for congregate care, like, I'd be willing to withdraw that. I'm more raising it because it's an uncertainty. And what it ties to, though, is I do want to see modeling around what happens if we're not at 100% capacity. Chestermere opened 21. And I see on their website, they're advertising fairly aggressive move-in incentives and things like that. And their rent looks substantially lower than it was when they, and this is all off of my memory. I wasn't seriously seeking it out. I just try and keep sort of a jurisdictional scan on what's happening in the region. So I would certainly be willing to, waive information on preferences for congregate care, but I do strongly believe we need to understand all of the assumptions that go into that model. And I do think, because it's one thing to make a capital investment, it's another thing when we're contemplating that long-term financial liability for operations. And we're currently looking at a substantial increase for debt servicing. I cannot even fathom what that looks like if an additional lodge is only 50% full, or if it's 25% full for 5 years. And when I look at some of the population modeling, not even knowing what that population modeling, what geographic area that's drawing on, I do question, just based on some of the other factors that are changing availability in our region. And we need to have some grasp of that uncertainty. And the reason we need it now is this is money at risk. This is $900,000 that once it is spent, it is spent. If this project does not go forward, I would say I'd look to some subject matter expert on a timeline. I would estimate probably if it doesn't go forward in 2 years, it's nullified. It's flushed down the toilet. So it's not like this is an investment in a capital project that is concrete and that our taxpayers will have value in. If this project is not prioritized, that is the equivalent of a 3% tax increase one time that we are putting on a shelf in a budget and some more concrete designs. I also want to clarify, the minister did not say Class A. He said shovel ready. I also know through other conversations with the province, they equally prioritize shovel-worthy projects. And because of the significant need, they are clearly addressing projects based on need. So shovel readiness on that continuum is not the only consideration. And I feel like we're placing such a focus on that and losing some of the context beyond that. So I would certainly be willing to truncate the list of questions to make it more reasonable. I'm not trying to be unreasonable, but I'm also not willing to make a decision where we don't have good information.
So Reeve, it sounds like what you are looking for would be provided in the financial pro forma, so that would be provided to board members, not necessarily county council or any council. And then the demand part of it would be the other portion that might not be itemized in my list in terms of being at full capacity or where we think that could be.
There are mechanisms if the housing board was committed to collaboration and to a true partnership where they could be sharing all information, certainly with their full board. You all are under last time I had to sign up multiple code of conducts and multiple confidentiality agreements. This council has confidentiality agreements. I have highly confidential information about developments disclosed frequently to me. I sign NDAs. There are expectations. I have never compromised those. There are mechanisms to provide this information if there was a willingness to do so. What there has been a lack of to date is a willingness to do so. There are ways to do it. We're in government. We deal with confidential information all the time. And I can't speak to whether a pro forma would satisfy what I would feel comfortable making a decision based on. I would need to see the level of detail of that. Councillor Kester.
Just to inform everyone here what the performer is, this performer is done by a chartered accountant that has been doing this work for 20, 30 years. Derek Weiss has been a consultant with one of the biggest building outfits in the province, Collier. He's on his own now. He's semi-retired, working harder than he did before. So this performance confidential process, but it's done by chartered accountants who's worked in the field of seniors and housing, affordable housing for 20, 30 years. I put my trust in them.
So just to speak to that, I put limited trust in consultants. They clearly have a very successful business model. These consultants are doing some of the same planning work. I know the consultant that's working for us, I understand is also working in Vulcan County and St. Paul County doing the identical work. I do not fault consultants or any private sector business for making money. That is how our capitalistic society should operate. It's paramount. But we need to trust and we need to verify information. And yeah, I'm not going to say anything more than that. I don't put the same level of trust where if somebody just tells me magically something's going to cost $700,000 regardless of interest rates or regardless of different grant inputs or whatever, that's not how I operate. Or how I represent Wheatland County ratepayers.
So the cost of the building right now is going through a third-party audit process. Let alone the people that put the thing together, all professionals, highly trained. It's going through an audit process with another firm. That's what they do. We've done our utmost to keep the costs down and to double check, triple check our prices. If the deal kicker is that this board has to approve it because whatever reason, I'll take it to the board and see. So list your questions and the board will decide. I can't say. I'm not the board. I'm just a board member. It will have to go to the board.
Councillor Laverson.
I can support Councillor Laprice's motion almost as it stands. Now that you've put the $14 million in a letter indicating ministerial support for the sum of, is number 2 at the bottom, what is the AHPP portion really a necessary question to ask? Because you've already defined that as $14 million.
So I had suggested that the Wheatland Housing Management Body provide all municipal partners each time the analysis is redone, those amounts. So this number keeps changing, right? It started as 7, then it was.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
It could change again, right?
Okay,
So
fair
I'm
enough.
just suggesting that as it gets updated, we would want to.
Yeah, I can support this as the way it is. I cannot support it if it's going to have a laundry list of questions attached to it. That's a separate issue.
So might I suggest for our fiduciary duty, given the fact that it's been indicated it would take approximately 2 months to complete a Class A budget, and given the fact that in our presentation it was indicated that there should be an update in the fall about future HPP funding grant applications. I think the website actually says it could open in the fall. So we want to keep that timeline in mind as we're addressing some of the other issues we've discussed. I would prefer this information come back to council, and then we can look at the request for committing real dollars right now that will be at risk if this doesn't advance. Bring that information back and then look at that. Councillor Larson, I'm not sure why you don't think that we should have answers to those questions. The assumptions are critical to analyze the risk for that $900,000. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
So listening to the questions that you're asking and stuff, like I understand why you want them, but I'm also thinking if the ministry, which has all this information, which is the housing, are willing to provide funding, they would answer most of those questions by providing funding. If they didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like some of it, like if they don't think it's feasible, why would they give funding?
I'm biting my tongue.
I understand. The way the motion is now, I think is about as much compromise as I'm willing to go forward with. And I think I could support it because it says a letter indicating municipal support for the sum of 14. I was looking at I was going to do a similar motion, but at a different angle. But this actually gives more information. So really, nothing's going to go ahead unless the ministerial support is shown in a letter. And that's what we ultimately was my hang up on all this. And there's how we got to here is,
So we have a motion on the floor for my amendment. Any further discussion or comments on that? So that would be to amend the motion to include a requirement for answers to, I will do a friendly amendment to my motion where we would draft a council approved letter of questions. We could approve it at our next council meeting. That would be the letter or the list of questions, so we can refine them so that they are more reasonable and questions that are able to readily be answered, if that makes sense. Because I hear what you're saying around, I'm not expecting you to do a study on Wheatland County region residents' preferences for congregate care. Like that's going to be very challenging. I'm raising that because it is an uncertainty when we're basing this entire model on 215 lodge beds being full on, I think there's a 2% vacancy rate built in, if I recall from one of the consultant's comments. So that I would point to, I stand behind the public needs to understand the pricing model. The public needs to understand that only 12 of these rooms are LAP grant eligible, and they need to understand what LAP grant eligible means. Councillor Eichert.
So I'm all for the more information I got, the better decision I can make. So on your amendment, we could draw these questions up next council meeting.
If we want to take a break, I can limit it in, I would take 5 minutes and I can truncate it down. I'm mainly interested in assumptions, which may be, as somebody made a comment, it might have been Councillor Kester, Councillor Larson or Laprise. Perhaps the pro forma includes, do you get a document that lists all of the assumptions that go into that? Like, has it been shared with you what geographic region, the demographic, the population numbers are drawn from? Has anybody ever had that shared with them?
No, I guess, I mean, our demand analysis was done using Wheatland County numbers. I believe that was Derek Weiss.
But are we certain?
Yeah. I'd have to look into it.
Would council be willing to take a 5-minute break, and I will truncate my questions so that everybody is aware of what my amendment is referencing? Councillor Lawerson.
When Derek got the information, it was information from Statistics Canada, so it's verifiable and relevant.
I totally understand it came from Statistics Canada. I did listen to the board meeting where one of the board members indicated you were, I have it written down, I think royally screwed by the previous $187,000 assessment that was done. And Derek indicated he could do it for, I think, 4 figures. The board upped it to, anyways, we won't get into that. He was very clear it was just easily publicly available data he would be drawing his statistics from. That doesn't answer what geographic area he was pulling the population statistics from Statistics Canada. Councillor Kester.
I refute that. I'm getting wore out. Gary Gordon did a needs assessment. Maybe people in the audience can help me out here. We had a meeting in Strathmore. I'm gonna guess around, what year is on that?
August 29th, 2019.
2019?
I think there was one in 2018.
Oh, the Gary Gordon one?
17 and 18. There was multiple.
That's Barry Architect. Gary Gordon. Yeah,
This is a Gordon and Associates.
yeah, I think that was around less than 40,000. It is Derek's new assessment, pretty much mirrored it, actually increased. And he did it for 7,000. He says you got a deal because you didn't get all the flowery pages. You just got the page with the numbers on it because the rest of it is still relevant. Not $100 and some thousand. We've done the studies. The assessment says we need the room. Be it on the county, we don't have the room, fine. I've done my level best. Board's done their best. I don't know what else to say. We've done the studies. We're gonna go up and ask the government for some sort of a guarantee. Are they gonna fund us or not? What more can we do? The CMHC grant is, we get the HPP grant, it's pretty much a given we're gonna get the CMHC grant. That comes with a forgivable portion of 10% of the total mortgage.
I just want to add, CMHC is not a grant, it's a loan. It's just, yeah.
There's a grant of 10%, and there's seed money too. And the loan is, the interest rates today, 3.3. So don't say it's not all a loan. There is grant involved in it.
Any other questions or discussion on the motion? Oh, I guess actually I had indicated we could take a break and I will clarify the questions. Let's take a break. It's 3:21. Can we reconvene at 3:30? Give me 9 minutes. Thank you. We'll call the meeting back to order. Thank you for Council's grace to take some time to narrow down my questions. So I've narrowed it down actually to quite a limited number of questions. The vast majority of what I went through is actually more of a communication issue than a data issue. So what I would like to see, and I would like this communicated to all municipalities that are requisitioned by the WHMB, is a list of all assumptions for the financial modeling. I would like details on the data sources and specifically the geographic area captured in the population projections. I do want all existing and committed facilities, existing and committed, and I can provide this in writing after, existing and committed facilities considered in that needs assessment, because there has been a change with Shasta announcing that they have received that AHS funding. And I do want to make sure manners are in there, and if I'm wrong and that manners should not be in there, then I need to be schooled in that. I would like to see if there are examples of the current proposed model that are operating. I would like to see those examples and know that there is some veracity to the $100,000 surplus that is being communicated. It would take a little bit of effort, but with the software programs that are available. It shouldn't take much to run those scenarios on what does it look like if 1 year we are at 25% capacity for the first year between the two lodges, year 2 we're at 50%. If we just run, I don't know, 3 or 4 scenarios to bring back to council, and if you can, on the operating cost side, bring back what does that look like in terms of the liability, the operating liability to the municipalities. I do think the town of Strathmore, one of their councillors was also really trying to get at this, but was just repeatedly told there would never be an additional cost, but there's no way that can be true. And then some of the things I would ask the board to consider developing a comprehensive communication strategy around, specifically that lodges are for functionally independent individuals. I think it's critical that our community know. There was heartbreaking stories of dad having to be taken to Didsbury because mom can't care for him anymore. The lodge is not the answer to that, and that was never clarified in those public meetings. Another piece of information I would like is what percentage of current residents of our existing lodge would be better served with a higher level of care. And I know we have a shortage of that SL4, SL4D, and long-term care in the community. And I know there's folks that probably stay in the lodge longer because they want to stay close to family, but their care needs are not necessarily met by the more limited home care that can be provided in the lodge. So I do think we need to know that. And the reason I think we need to know that is because those residents may shift into, if Shasta becomes available and there's SL4, SL4D, or long-term care available, we may see a migration of some of those residents to there. The relative need to the rest of the province, I do think is critical. I am seriously concerned that when the board is bringing forward a proposal to spend an additional $1.4 million, that was not contemplated. The ratio of rooms and the pricing model, that has been communicated to our council. I'm more concerned that I don't think that's been communicated to the public effectively. So when people are engaging on this and showing support, I want them to understand what they're supporting. And that's been a foundational concern throughout some of the engagement that's been provided, including the number of rooms that are LAP grant eligible and the comparison of that to the current lodge model. Again, I think it's a communication piece that, and just so everybody knows, I'm not making up the scenario of the existing lodge being shut down. That was in a presentation that was provided to us last year when that most recent modeling, or when that modeling was presented, and it's on slide 19. Actually, it might have been a 2022. I have to double check the date on how this printed. But it did say, can the existing lodge be retired with the advent of Lakeshore? Additional capacity of 50 units above current community is projected. This capacity will quickly dwindle. If expanding demand does not materialize, WHMB has at its option to close the existing lodge. Assuming that action is taken, current requisitions supporting the lodge would transfer to the new lodge. Impact, and this is where some of my concern came from, impact to meet low-income rent thresholds would need to be taken into account. And it just makes no sense to me that we would, dispose of I realize it still has $9 or $10 million of value and that perhaps it could be sold, but I can't justify doing that when it still has functional life left. And we need to be communicating that to the public, that there will only be 12 LAP grant eligible beds in this whole model that comes out with the requisitions that are being proposed. Again, I will defer the question about the lodge not being the highest priority. If the board in good faith commits to not backing us into a corner to fund the whole project, which has been referenced, I've heard that more than once, that the municipalities, I actually had ratepayers with their fingers in my chest saying, you spend your $50 million of reserves on a new lodge. They had been told we had overtaxed them and that was their money and that they should be demanding that we spend that on a lodge. I would ask the board to consider their communications and the impacts on both our relationship as a stakeholder and a funder, but also on our community. The code is not information we need. Again, that's just a consideration. And the part about jurisdiction is just a consideration, but I do think we need to communicate that to the public more effectively. We do complain about downloading. We complained when we got additional police funding. Anytime there are those downloads to municipalities, property tax is finite, and we have a substantive responsibility for critical infrastructure. I would like to see, and it's probably just an email confirmation receipt or something, evidence that the application was submitted in full and on time. And that's actually, so those are the only questions. There was a lot of just communication challenges that have been identified by ratepayers. And so hopefully that seems more reasonable. It's really the assumptions, data sources, geographic area, examples of a model that's working as what is being proposed to us, and some scenarios. And then the level of care, what percentage. And then the other piece, that will be provincial data that we'll need to access. And we can access that in different ways, whether the Housing Board approaches ASHA or whether we go through our MLAs to the ministry. They have to have the data. They're going to have resources on, or they're going to have registries of what resources. I believe these facilities are, you know, they go through some sort of process to be approved by the province. So they're going to have a registry. And that should be, I would hope, publicly available. Does that clarify? Does that seem more reasonable? There's no intention to delay this. This is all information that from my perspective, the Housing Board should have and should be aware of when they're, you know, looking at these models.
Hate to belabor this, but is this something you could cut and paste into an email to all of us before we vote? I would just like to just.
Certainly,
exactly
yes, I can. Yep. Could we break for 5 more and I will strictly focus on one thing? We'll reconvene at 3:45 and I will have it in a document. I know it's 3:47. I did have the email sent at 3:47 or 3:45, but I wanted to give Councillor Laprise a moment to review. But my apologies. I know it's been a long day for everybody. I did circulate the questions to all of council and to administration. I have also offered acknowledging the autonomy of the Housing Management Body Board to just share my notes about some of the communication gaps that, from my perspective, exist. And obviously it's up to the Housing Board what they do with that. I completely acknowledge their autonomy. Does anybody have any questions about the request for information around assumptions and data? If not, I will call the question on the amendment to the motion.
So,
Just the amendment. So just to amend the motion to include a requirement for answers to a council-approved list of questions that was just circulated to be provided to all councils. Motion is carried. Now we can move. So now Councillor Laprise's motion includes that requirement. The amendment passed. So now I'll open the floor. Is there any further discussion or debate regarding Councillor Laprise's motion?
You want a recorded vote?
You would like one?
Yes, sorry, a recorded vote, please.
Certainly.
And before Wheatland Housing gets any money from the county, is it contingent on answering all these questions? Or is it a work in progress?
I mean, you can always bring, at this point, the motion has it contingent on answering those questions. If there's some issue, I'm not being unreasonable. I'm trying to do due diligence. But if there's an issue, certainly communicate that with council. We are, we're open to that. So any other questions or discussion? call the question. Sorry, I know I called the question. I'm just seeing, would the WHMB board members be providing that information for the pro formas to the council? I know we discussed that, but we didn't.
So the information on the pro formas would be provided to the Wheatland Housing Management Body Board. And then the information that you have requested would be presented to council.
But the board members could report to council.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Motion is carried with Link, Ikert, Clausen, Bigger, Kester, and Laprise in favor, and Lawerson opposed. Now I'm just looking at our agenda and I'm mindful that it's 3:51. One of our most important, and I guess I'll check with administration if our tax rate bylaw is complete.
Yes, through the chair, it's on, the option is on page 19.
Okay, so I would identify that as a high priority agenda item as well. I think 432, the request for an extension from Minister McIver.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Is also very time sensitive. Is there anything else, question to administration, anything else that's highly time sensitive, or could we defer reports to our second meeting in April? I'm just mindful of the volume of information and the gravity of decisions we've made today. People may be.
Just through the chair, one other item that would be relatively quick and good for the community to have is item number 4.3.3, the Wheatland Wind Community Benefit Fund allocations. Should be not very long for council to approve that, but.
And what about the closed session item? I think we can defer the CAO evaluation process. We just had that as a calendar, like a placeholder, because it's that time of year.
We can also defer the other closed session item to a future date.
Okay. Would council, does anybody on council object to amending the approval to defer the remaining agenda items with the exception of, oh, maybe also the RMA member visit? Could we just do that quickly just to? Okay, with the exception of 4.12, 4.32 and 3. And then I would like just to submit the correspondence. Actually, and there may be one action item out of that, but it should be relatively quick as well. Does anybody object to that amendment?
What's the amendment with the correspondence?
To include it today? We'll be as fast as we can. Do we need a motion to amend the agenda, or I think?
Yeah, you would need a motion to amend the agenda just due to time.
Okay.
Just to defer certain items to the next council meeting.
Okay, is somebody willing to make that motion to defer the agenda items with the exception of the ones that were just outlined, 4.12, 4.32, and 3, and 5.1?
Also,
Sorry, and 2.1.
Yes, thank you. That's probably the most important one. And 2.1, thank you.
also move.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Oh, sorry. Do you want me to say them one more time, Shanna? 2.1, 4.12, 4.32, 4.33, and 5.1 are the ones we will address today.
Call the question.
Just for public transparency, it's mainly reports that we're deferring just for timeliness. There are a few agenda items, but.
So good afternoon, council. I'll just start off at 4.
We just need to vote, sorry.
Oh, whoops. Sorry, I thought it was.
Now I'll call the question now that we have the motion up. Motion is carried.
Okay, good afternoon, Councilor Bryan from administration. Sorry about the preemptive preamble there. So I just want to just quickly touch on 4.1.2, the RMA member visit. So that's on page 152 of your agenda package. That's a RMA member visit once every 3 years, and it just so happened it was after the MPC meeting on July 9th. So the invitation itself is on page 155, the email I received. So if there's any questions about this, please let me know. Thank you.
Council's wishes.
I'll move the council direct administration to confirm the meeting with the RMA for the RMA member visit of July 9th, 2024 at 10:30 a.m. Following the MPC committee meeting.
Sorry.
That's okay. All of council to attend. Get it in.
Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.32. We want the Coles Notes version, Stefan.
No problem. Already ahead of you. Good afternoon, Council. Stefan on behalf of administration here. This item is an extension request for the intermunicipal agreements with the town of Strathmore. So the intermunicipal development plan and ICF, the intermunicipal collaboration framework, the work is ongoing in those for those documents. The ministerial order requires the completion of them by June 1st, 2024, however, and due to the public hearing process, the public engagement and stakeholder circulation process, it's unlikely that we will make that June 1st deadline. So as such, we, in conjunction with the town of Strathmore, have drafted a letter, which is on page 178 of your agenda, to jointly request the Minister of Municipal Affairs that he extend that deadline to December 31st, 2024. So the motion would be that council direct the Reeve to sign the letter, and then we would send that to the minister. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to take any questions.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions?
No questions. I'll put the motion on the floor that council direct Reeve to sign the Wheatland County and Town of Strathmore intermunicipal agreements extension request letter requesting an extension from June 1, 2024 to December 31, 2024.
Any questions or discussion? Call the question. Motion is carried. We'll move to 4.33.
Good afternoon, Council. Dave from administration. On page 179 of your agenda package is the report for the Wheatland Wind Community Benefit Funding allocations. Wheatland Wind Project LP and Wheatland County entered into an agreement that contributes and allocates funding yearly to various community groups. The community benefit funds received are divided between fixed and open allocations and requires council approval for the funding allocations. So the recommendations are from the Wheatland Wind representatives. They're reviewed, and on page 170, see the next page here, 170, 180, I guess, has all the allocation. There's 8 applications in total, and those are the recommended amounts. So we're just looking for council for the two resolutions for the open allocation amounts as well as the fixed allocations for Wheeland Families and Community Services, Support Services, and Wheeland Crossing School and Carsland School, the amounts. And I can answer any questions on that.
Thank you. Council's wishes.
I'll move that council approves the 2024 Wheatland Wind Project Community Benefit Funding Open Allocation for $10,000 as recommended by Wheatland Wind Project LP, LP representatives and administration.
Thank you, Councillor Laprise. Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question.
Just one quick question.
Sorry, of course.
It says $10,000 yet. I add those three things up and it comes up to 11. So
So it's 10 plus it.
There's two different funds.
Two motions.
The $10,000 is listed
Okay.
in the chart
so they,
below.
right. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. Late.
Any other questions on the motion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. Council's wishes.
I'll move that council approves 2024 Wheatland Wind Community Benefit Funding for the fixed allocation amounts of $7,000 to the Wheatland Family and Community Support Services, $2,000 to the Carsland School Education Program, and $2,000 to the Wheatland Crossing School.
Thank you, Councillor Bigger. Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. We'll move to agenda item 5.1. There is correspondence at each person's place at the table that has gone through, wiped through administration. 2 points, and in addition also the correspondence that was also in our council package. I can't remember if we did a separate, that's all under one agenda item.
Yes, that's correct. So 5.1 is the list of all correspondence.
Okay, perfect. So with the correspondence, there is one piece of correspondence I would like to draw council's attention to. It was the vote of no confidence by Leanne Tonks. My understanding is that the individual, the Wheatland County ratepayer that drafted the letter is also an employee of one of our neighboring municipalities. And I was hoping that council might consider a letter from our council to the mayor and council of the neighboring municipality, just letting them know that we have concerns about it's not so much the content of, well, some of the content of the letter, but the content does draw some parallels between council, I think specifically my leadership and perhaps councils, and there's some parallels drawn to Hitler. That's concerning to me, and it's concerning what that could do to the negative impact that that could have on our intermunicipal relationship. Some municipalities do have employee code of conducts in terms of communicating. It was clearly not written as communication on behalf of another municipality employee, but I think at Wheatland, when we're communicating, we are, we're cognizant that we are representing our municipality, and administration could speak to any expectations we have of our employees, but I present it to council for consideration.
I would definitely support a letter because anybody, like the inference is disgusting to say the least, and I believe that it's a tough enough job to do without being saddled to some of the most heinous people that have ever lived on this planet. So I would support a letter of reprimand.
I guess for clarity, not so much a letter of reprimand, but just a letter of awareness that there is the known fact that, at least to my understanding, whatever, if it is an employee of the neighboring municipality, just that they are aware. And then we have no authority, obviously, in what they do. It's just raising an awareness. I have raised this issue just very informally previously, but did not bring it to council for an actual council direction. Councillor Kester and then Councillor Laprise.
Just curious, this individual's a county ratepayer citizen. And is this going to carry on to every letter that we don't like? We're going to contact the person's employer? Like, this person is an individual. They have a right to their own opinion and write letters to a democracy.
Yep.
What are we trying to do? Reprimand them? I disagree with that.
It's a very fine line. I feel very strongly about defending free speech and certainly welcome being held accountable and receiving correspondence from ratepayers. I reflected seriously on this, but to me, this letter crossed a line. And no, it's not a letter of reprimand, to be exceedingly clear. It is simply, it's public correspondence. It was addressed to our Reven Council, and it's just to make the neighboring municipality aware. They may do absolutely nothing with it, and that's completely fine. It's just to raise awareness, and that is it. Councillor Laprise and then Councillor Kester.
I was going to ask administration to provide some insight into how we would handle this kind of thing if somebody from our administration was writing letters.
To the chair, if someone from the county did that and it came back to my desk, there would be some reprimand for sure. I think that, so Wheatland County has a code of conduct policy that's publicly available on our website. Just because the way I would treat something isn't necessarily how another administrator would treat something, and but I'd say that some of it is, public trust. When I saw the email, I thought I was definitely crossing the line, to compare any elected official to, potentially one of the most evil people in the history of the world. So, yeah, just there would be reprimand for sure from Wheatland County. Ultimately, I have no idea about the Drumheller policies, but it's not good for intermunicipal relations.
I just struggle with this because she is a ratepayer, and I wholeheartedly agree. It was in really poor taste, disgusting taste to, insinuate something, but we get all kinds, don't we? I don't know.
And just for clarity, clearly we do, and we've received very strongly worded correspondence from this individual before, and I have 100% respected that it is any ratepayer's prerogative to communicate. I highlight this as an exception. Clearly, this is the first time I have ever brought a concern like this to council about a piece of correspondence. I'll just leave it at that. Councillor Kester and then Deputy Reeve Clausen.
So if the true intent of this letter is not to get a reprimand on her, why are we just limiting it to a neighboring municipality? Why don't we put it in the newspaper and tell the whole world? Be careful what you ask for. I'm against it. I'm against the comments too. Not here to protect herself.
It came through an email, so it is public information, which is fine. It can be wiped and everything. So there's other concerning things about this, but I can't say them in an open session because it concerns labor, where this person has worked before and where this person has been a contract too. There's more to the story, but I mean, if this letter gets forwarded to Drumheller, that's all I need to know, just so they're aware. That's it. I'm not seeking anything else. Just, I know from personal experience, when I worked in municipal government, 2 neighboring municipalities, I was a young person and I did similar things. I know what happened to me and I learned real quick. So, and could I have fought it, a legal thing? Probably, but I just learned.
We sometimes say things here that we are called to account for. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure how I'm going to vote on this, actually.
It is a different angle, but we could ask, and maybe I'm off base, but ourselves maybe take it upon as council that we don't appreciate the language that was used, and that you know, just at least give her a chance to apologize for the use of that reference. I don't know, just a thought.
I like that suggestion, actually. It comes more straight from A to B. I don't know why, yeah, the involvement of her employer is problematic to me, I guess.
I just flag it for council's attention. I am at the will of council. I serve you, so there's no motion on the floor. I will leave it in council's hands.
Does it have to be a motion? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, we can just accept all of the correspondence as information. It's council's direction and discretion.
I'm not going to do anything on your motion or on your concerns. I'm not going to bring up a motion.
Yep.
But there is a correspondence from the town of Strathmore regarding something I said, and I think it should be addressed. I just want to point out, I apologize to everybody at this table that if anything I said brought any shame or anything on you because of what I said. I apologize to you guys. I didn't mean it the way it was. The way it was. I shouldn't have said it. Let's put it that way. But I would like to state on the evening of March 14th, when I learned I misspoke on this issue, I asked the Reeve to reach out to the mayor and explain I would rectify the situation, and that the soonest that could be done was April 2nd, today. That communication was sent and was acknowledged. And having said that, I retract the statement I unintentionally made with respect to the potential impact of Wheatland Housing Management Board requisitions on the town of Strathmore's finances.
So for clarification, you're retracting and apologizing.
I'm apologizing. I am apologizing to this council because something I said brought a lot of heat. And it was something I said, it wasn't something that banded on. So yeah, I'm apologizing to the council of Wheatland Council, and I'm retracting the statement. Now, question to administration: can you edit that out of the March or the March 14th meeting? Can you edit that little section out of there if I send you the time? Just so I don't know if it's because then it's
You're
gone.
retract.
Because it's been retracted, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Through the chair, we certainly can't edit any video. We don't get into the habit of editing any videos. But if it's something that council would like, and clearly you're retracting something that you said, I'm sure we could do that.
So perhaps a council motion following or based on the retraction to,
I think the council should direct administration to retract that section of the video, at least take the audio out, because administration wouldn't.
Yeah, we
delineate
want
or
a
record meeting.
transparent
Yeah,
record.
exactly. Thank you.
Or maybe just a statement on the bottom of the video saying this portion was retracted at a later date or something like that. So I don't want to maybe get rid of a historical record, but a retraction was put forward just so people can see the full context. Because I
it
don't
might be
want,
worth checking with municipal affairs too, just in
Yeah.
case there's any sort of, because we do have a duty to
Yeah.
maintain
And that is.
a record, but if you could just look into if there is a retraction, are we permitted to?
and my thought process is 10 years ago, it was just our council minutes that were in a file. So a retraction would have been at a later date. And I've looked at old council minutes before and it's really hard to, that was not even a motion. It was a discussion. So it would have never even made it into minutes. Correct? So it's kind of different. Yeah, I would, whatever the retraction's made, but whether or not you have to get rid.
Let's let administration look into the options around what should happen with the public record based on Councillor Eichert retracting the statement. I will apologize on behalf of council for not pointing out that obviously the town's financial situation is outside of our jurisdiction, and I could have done that as chair, and so I will apologize to the town of Strathmore for that. Any other notes on correspondence? Councillor Kester.
Question, how is the public apology going to be made to Strathmore? Was it just done, or is this going to be a letter presented to their council? And they can do with the apology what they want? Like,
I think we just made a public apology. I just apologized to the town. It's been made in the same format that the offhand comment was made, and I think we can call it a day. If we want to draw more attention to it, we can, but I just made an apology. So let's move on. What I also wanted to ask is just if council would consider a process where at times we get documents that are read into the record or that type of thing. I thought it would be quite cumbersome to read into the record all of the correspondence. Does anybody object to administration just creating an amendment? We don't want to compromise the integrity of the original council package, but just an addendum to that package so that there is a publicly accessible record that's easy for, future, just so it's in that public record. If there's no objection, I think administration can do that. At times, we have documents that are not, in a supplemental package that aren't confidential, and then we could do that with those as well. Makes it easier for us to access things as well, if they're online. A motion to accept the correspondence as information?
I got a question.
Absolutely.
I'm less than thrilled with apology at Town of Strathmore. So I'm going to make a motion that Wheatland County Council sponsor a code of conduct on Councillor Eichert, and the administration provide a recording to, is it Kingsgate, I think is our investigator?
Just before you continue, a point of order, administration isn't involved in code of conduct complaints. If any councillor or any member of the public would like to file a code of conduct complaint against Councillor Eichert, they just need to follow the process in the bylaw.
Okay, I'm doing this to get direction from somebody that's more experienced in affairs. So I'll keep the motion the same, that Wheatland County.
Point of order, there's no mechanism to do a motion for a code of conduct complaint. It would have to be done by an individual.
You're not in favor of making the motion?
It's not aligned with our code of conduct bylaw.
Okay.
A motion to accept the correspondence as information.
There's some other letters in here.
Yes, if there's something you deem needs action, please indicate a motion.
Okay, Town of Strathmore and Wheatland Housing Management Body wrote a letter on the parameters that Wheatland County wrote a letter to Minister Nixon. I'm thinking on requisitions. Letters on page 216, and I think the housing one is proceeding. and they would like to be included in the meeting. And I believe, I don't know, I'm thinking these letters were maybe CC'd to the minister, I'm not sure, but what's Wheatland County gone? They're asking us directly to include them in any discussion that affects them as much as it affects the county.
I'd have a real issue with that. They're a totally separate municipality. They want to set up a meeting with the ministers. Go for it. This is a Wheatland County thing, so yeah. No, I'm totally against this.
I'll make a motion that Wheatland County send a letter to the ministers, Nixon and MacIver, saying that they would like to have included all the partners in Wheatland Housing Management Body. And I would like that vote recorded.
Certainly. Any questions or discussion on the motion? I won't be supporting the motion. I am certainly open to any municipality or any body meeting with anybody. They didn't approach us previous to this with any concerns around requisitioning or any other concerns. I support Councillor Eichert's comments that if they wish a meeting, that I would encourage them to reach out and schedule a meeting themselves. So I won't be supporting the motion.
And just point of, there is no meeting set up as of right now. There's no time, no nothing that we know of. So, okay, thank you.
Through the chair, no.
Any other questions or discussion? I'll call the question. The motion is lost with Councillors Link, Eichert, Clausen, Bigger, and Laprise voting opposed, and Councillors Kester and Laursen in favor. There's no other action required. Councillor Kester.
There's also a letter there from Wheatland Housing Management Body inviting somebody from Wheatland County to attend an in-person meeting on April 4th. I talked about that this morning. I hear that our Reeve and Deputy Reeve are previously occupied. I'm thinking, I don't know if staff can go. I think it's important that somebody be there, and I don't think, do you need a motion to go, Brian, or?
You know what, for this one, I'd say that council should pass a motion.
I'll make a motion that the CAO attend and ask questions so he's satisfied with the requisitions and any other questions he cares to ask of these people that are coming. I think the main driver originally, when it was in our governance review, was for a lawyer to present on requisitions. And it ended up to find a lawyer experienced in that or somebody from the ministry. The ministry said they would come down with these 4 individuals. So I don't know who else is better than them, right? They're the best in the province, I'm sure. So is that a good enough motion? Ask questions, whatever you have. Participate in the meeting. How's that? It's been a long day. I'm bringing this.
I think it's a good motion. Just give Shanna a moment. Wheatland Housing Management Body meeting with government seniors housing advisors. It's page 214 on the agenda. There's a motion on the screen. Any questions or discussion? Just under lost. Number 2. Second one from the top. Are you guys seeing? I haven't called the question yet. Any questions or discussion? I just wanted to make sure you could see the motion. Not hearing any questions or discussion, I'll call the question. Motion is carried. Is there any other action items anybody would like to see out of the correspondence? If not, a motion to accept as information. Deputy Reeve Clausen.
I'll move the rest of the correspondence as information.
Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is carried. Let's move to agenda item 2.1, bylaw 2024-09, tax rate bylaw.
Good afternoon, Council. It has been a long day indeed. That's right. Let's find this section here. So just a quick recap, the tax rate bylaw kind of goes hand in hand with the budget item that was approved this morning. Just as a reminder, Council had approved a 3% general municipal tax increase. So what was put in the agenda package were 3 tax rate options that corresponded to the budget, the operating budget options that were presented this morning. And so then this first one on the screen, just kind of zoom out a little bit. This is the bylaw that's in place for the 3% municipal increase and would allow for the property tax rate bylaw to match the approved budget from this morning. And administration are available for any questions.
Any questions regarding the bylaw? Council's wishes.
Just one additional item that administration will point out. Council is definitely aware of this, but in order for us to pass our tax rate bylaw, we do need unanimous consent to hold third and final reading of the bylaw. So if it isn't granted today, we'll just have to have it at a future council meeting.
And just a reminder that there is the provision too that you can vote to move on to third reading but still oppose a bylaw. And I think it's actually been indicated that that can be a best practice, just to expedite the governance of it. If there's, you don't want to do that if you require more information or something like that, or an amendment that you are proposing. But that has been conveyed. Thank you for that reminder. Any other questions regarding the bylaw as presented?
I'll move that council approve first reading of property tax rate bylaw 2024-09.
Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Take your time. Motion is carried. Council's wishes for second reading.
I'll move that council approve second reading of bylaw 2024-09.
Any questions or discussion? We'll call the question. Motion is carried.
I'll move that council grant permission to hold third and final reading for bylaw 2024-09.
Any questions or discussion? I'll call the question. Motion is not carried unanimously, so we will need to defer third reading. We'll have to schedule a special council meeting. Is there any additional information that you require prior to third reading, Councillor Laverson?
I would just like a fairly comprehensive detail, like a detailed report on how much is going to come out of reserves, because 3% is not going to be enough to make up money, so money has to come out of reserves. So I just need to know how much that is, what our projected, I mean, we have a lot of bridges in this county that are getting end of life. So, you know, what's that going to do long term if we keep pulling money out of reserves when we really ought not to be? So thank you.
That information is on page 26. Is there something beyond what's on page 26, Councillor Laverson?
I believe I asked for what long-term projections are that we're going to need for projects such as bridges and stuff that are at end of life, and how dipping into reserves is going to affect that.
So administration did speak to that in terms of the long-term capital budget that we passed earlier today, and the different options that we have in addressing asset management. We did have a fulsome specific asset management plan on bridges. That was the one that showed the $137 million bridge liability. And administration does actively evaluate those bridges, and our transportation department does basically triage on our bridges in terms of addressing the most critical needs first, so that we can keep roads open and that type of thing. Is there something beyond that asset management plan and the capital budget that you require, just so administration has some clear direction?
Just through the chair, we can provide that information, and we'll just bring it back for third reading at a later date.
I just want clarity around what new information, just so that we're ensuring that we have everything covered off. Or
I think we have enough information that we can draw from those questions that Councillor Larson proposed and go from there.
Just for my own clarification, which is the piece that would not have already been presented, just so that I'm aware?
Through the chair, I'll have to go back to the meeting and re-listen to that recording, but administration's intent is to go listen to that recording again and provide the best information that we can. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. That concludes our agenda for today. Meeting is adjourned. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.